being even the third person in the room. But often when world leaders meet, there's like press or there's others in the room. Like, as you know, man to man or man to woman, you have to like meet in a saloon, just the two of you, and talk. There's some intimacy and power to that to achieve the if you're also willing to couple that with empathy, to really hear the other person.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's like a deep, deep intimacy that happens.
And I think there's actually, because we get asked this in the Black Phone group all the time, like, how do you Zoom, that's bad, because you don't have the same visual feedback on Zoom. And that's not true. Like you and I see you from the waist up right now. If we were on Zoom, I'd be looking at you from the waist up.
I'm not wearing pants, yeah. With the internet. I apologize for that. Sorry, yeah. You only see a small portion.
That's usually where I go. But anyway.
I'm glad we both have ridiculous. I appreciate it.
But what makes this different? In person, I actually think there's energy that we don't have the instrumentation to define it, and I think that there's a feel. I think there's an actual energetic feel that changes. And just because we can't measure it, doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, I would love to figure out what that is. Folks that are working on virtual reality are trying to figure out what that is. During the pandemic, everybody was on Zoom and Microsoft. Everybody was trying to figure out how do we replicate that. I'm trying to understand how to replicate that because it sure is not fun to travel across the world just to talk to Snowden or Putin or Zelensky. I'd love to do it over Zoom. It's not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's the same. I go to a room with Putin.
You would go in the
I would, yeah, 1,000%. I get it, that's right.
That's right. Well, first you would give him a that's right, probably.
Getting and giving. See that, and here's the issue that trips everybody up in negotiation. The difference between hearing and speaking. The same words are vastly different. And what I'm looking for is the responses I'm getting out of you. Because if you can't, first, that's right, especially, like if you can't appreciate what that really means, hearing it is unsatisfying.
So those two words are really important. You talked about that.
Yeah.
Why is that? So what does that's right mean? Why is it important?
Well, it means that what you just heard you think is unequivocally the truth. Like it's dead on. It hit the target. It's a bullseye. And there's been a topic of discussion, especially between my son and I, a lot. Like, what happens? This oxytocin bonding moment. And his contention has always been like, Donald Trump is the poster child of what it means. Because Donald Trump's an addressing an audience, he's in a debate with Hillary or he's giving a speech someplace. And when the people that are devoted to him, when they believe that what he's just said is completely right, it's insightful, they look at him or they look at the TV and they go, that's right. And it's what people say when they're bought into what they just heard. Now, if you're not convinced of the way that Donald Trump's followers are bonded to him, and he also, just like this, in my view, destroys the idea of common ground. Because when he first started to run for president, the pundits all said, he's a New Yorker. Nobody in the Republican Party is going to like him. It's middle America, it's blue collar, it's regular common folks, factory workers. They're not going to like Trump because he's from New York and he went to Wharton. He's an Ivy Leaguer and he's the son of a wealthy real estate mogul and he had $1 million handed to him when he got out of college. He's born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The rank and file Republicans are never going to accept this guy based on common ground. Look how smart that was.
Do you think he's a good negotiator? Do you think Donald Trump is a good negotiator?
No. I think he's a great marketer. If you look at his negotiation track record, all right, so I started following Donald Trump in the 80s when I'm a last century guy, he's a last century guy. We've got mutual acquaintances. acquaintances. The minister that married him to Marla Maples was a friend of mine, a close friend of mine. And in 1998, I threw a fundraiser in his apartment at Trump Tower that he attended. So, no shortage of mutual friends. We went to the same church. Still have mutual acquaintances, friends. And I've watched his track record, negotiation history, which is exactly his track record with North Korea. Where are we with North Korea? What was the deal that he made with North Korea? See, your answer is the same as everybody else's. Well, I remember it started out with a lot of fanfare, but I don't know what happened. Because nothing ever happens.
It's more public fanfare, so marketing minded presentation.
Starts out with a bang. He doesn't cut the deal in a really short period of time. He moves on. Everybody wonders what happened because there was so much fanfare at the beginning. Now, at the beginning, him even opening that dialogue with North Korea was massive. Like I was such a fan. You got a president of the United States that is willing to sit down and talk with a leader of another nation when every other president, all their advisors are saying, the leader of North Korea is beneath you. You cannot dignify him by responding to him directly. Consequently, the Trump administration inherits a can of worms that has been simmering for 30 years. He didn't get a sense of that. And he opened up a dialogue where nobody else was capable of opening a dialogue. And then it just went away. Nobody knows what happened. And there was no deal. Now, great negotiators make deals.
What do you think about these accusations that he's a narcissist? But if you're a narcissist, does that help you or hurt you?
Is there a more popular term these days than narcissist? Like everybody's a narcissist.
Everybody you don't like is a narcissist.
Like the homeless guy down on the corner, he's a narcissist. That's why he's there.
Yeah. It's lost meaning for you a little bit?
Yeah. First of all, most psychological terms, as a hostage negotiator, and really, we were never into psychology. And we steered away from it because psychology is, at best, is soft science. If it's not informed these days, if it's not informed by real studies or neuroscience. The guys that I'm impressed with these days, psychologists, neuroscientists. Now I'm interested in that guy now. But then the psychology convention. Do you get them all together and they all agree?
But also the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about the human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being, to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to, I did an interview with Kanye West, and then there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on. And I felt that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking, to ignore the fact that he's a human being that, again, wants to be understood and heard. And that's the only way you can have that conversation.
Yeah, I agree completely.
That's right.
I feel so close to you.
It might be because I'm not wearing pants. All right. So
you're funnier than I am. That bothers me.
All right. I'll say something stupid soon. Don't worry about it. We said we were talking about terrorists and not negotiating with terrorists. Is there something?
Nice job going all the way back to where that rabbit hole started.
We're Alice in Wonderland right now. Is there something about walking away of not negotiating? Is there power in that?
All right, so it depends upon whether or not you're doing it with integrity or a tactic to start with. And then also, hostage negotiators are successful 93% of the time, kind of across the board. Which means that 7% of the time is going to go bad. And that was my old boss, Gary Nestor. I learned so much from Gary. But a phrase that he used over and over and over again until I finally worked the case and went bad was, "This is going to be the best chance of success. Best chance of success." And then something went bad, and I remember thinking like, "Well, best chance of success, no guarantee of success." So your question is, other negotiations you should walk away from. If you got no shot at success, then don't negotiate. And there, you have to accept the fact that some deals you're never going to make. You know, we teach in my company it's not a sin to not get the deal; it's a sin to take a long time to not get the deal. And you know, Gary, in his infinite wisdom, you know, they realized that there was something called suicide by cop, and that it might have. Gary was very much into clusters of behavior. He kept us away from psychological terms, and there would be clusters of behavior that would be high risk indicators. And he wrote a block of instruction called high risk indicators, which meant if you start seeing this stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad, and you're going to need to recognize that from the very beginning and adjust accordingly. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to the head of a marketing company. I have tremendous respect. I admire what this guy in this company does. Started from scratch. He borrowed space in the back of a drugstore to start his company, and now it's hugely successful. And he's laying out to me that he finally had to confront potential client and walk away from him. And he said, "How do you think I handled this?" And my answer was 1,000% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated, he's a type, and you should have walked away sooner than you did. Because this guy was playing it the whole time. Al Qaeda in 2004, they're playing it. They're not negotiating. We called them out on it. I don't think you negotiate. He wouldn't say it exactly like that, but that was absolutely the approach. You know, confront people on their behavior in a respectful way.
And signal that you're willing to walk away.
And mean it, 1,000%.
And mean it. Is that terrifying? I mean, it's scary because you don't want to really walk away. Or do you have to really want to walk away?
Well, yeah, this gets core values, your view of reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary to walk away. If it's a finite world with limited opportunities, then it's hard.
But you have to use that worldview to be willing to actually walk away. It could be walking away from a lot of money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because if you lose a hostage.
Yeah, well, but if they're not going to let the hostage out, suicide by cop, they ain't let them go.
The 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
The bad guys were never there to make a deal in the first place. So if it was suicide by cop, if they were there if they're on a killing journey, it's an Israeli phrase. If they're on a killing journey and the actions that they're currently engaged in are part of that killing journey.
Killing journey. Is there advice you can give about, you mentioned Israel, Palestine, the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic? Is there hope for that part of the world? And from that hope, is there some advice you could lend?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Then I got friends on both sides, and also when after I left the FBI, most people listen to this probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was.
Oh, come on.
But he's a comedian.
Still doesn't get any respect.
Yeah. And
New Yorker? Is he a New Yorker?
I think he was a New Yorker.
Or like Jersey or something, yeah.
Yeah, and he did a movie a long time ago called Back to School. He went back to school. He's an old guy back to school. So I went back to school after I left the FBI. He did get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, I'm running across people on both sides of it. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for our kids, which is this version that I was earlier from Tom Girardi. Let's pick a point in the future that we're all happy with. And they found that they could talk. All right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for our kids? And that's where the hope derives from. Because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for their kids, which is why they still engage in interactions, and which is why I think the leadership, regardless of how compromised they might be on either side, they're two straight players in the game in the Middle East, or anywhere for that matter. But they want a better future for their kids. You get people to agree that you want a better future for your kids, then you start talking about, well, how do we work our way back? And then, all right, so we got a mutual point of future. Israeli-Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago now, when Israel was shelling Gaza. They hit the UPI office. You know, they were hitting. They got fed up with the rocket attacks from Hamas, and of course Hamas is putting rockets in the UPI office or the AP office, whichever press office it was there. How's that office going to be there otherwise? Hamas is running a show. You're not going to run that office unless you let them store weapons. That's just part of the game. And where are they going to storm in specially designated ammunition dumps? No, they're going to put them in schools. They're going to put them in hospitals. They're going to put them in all places that when Israel hits them, they're going to look really bad. So after a while, Israel gets fed up. They start shelling Gaza, and they're hitting these places. A friend of mine, Nicole Baum, is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says, you got to come on. The vitriol is killing me. These are all turning into screaming matches. Nobody's talking to anybody. I said, all right, cool. We'll go on. We'll do it and watch. We won't have a single argument. We'll invite people on from both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the other side, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. And you got to continue to state the other side's position until they agree that you've got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no arguments. That was what we were really going for. We wanted to show that people on both sides, in one of their emotional time frames, if your only requirement was you had to state the other side's position first, nobody got out of control.
Did it work?
That's exactly what happened. We wanted to show people that you can have conversations that do not devolve into screaming matches with vitriol, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the other side. Just first, see if you can outline where they're coming from.
That's really impressive because I've just having seen on Clubhouse people, which part of the reason I like Clubhouse, you get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense.
Right.
It was. I'm sweating just in the build-up of your story here. I thought it could go to hell, but you're saying it kind of worked.
Not one person lost control. Of the two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supportive positions for the Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of Palestinians, they want to start like, you're doing this, and I say, no, you can go there, just not yet. Before you go there, you can say that all you want. Before you go there, you got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you got it right. And what would consistently happen is there's a leveling out of a person to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial for the person who's trying, which was really the point that we were trying to make.
The really interesting exercise that by way of advice. So if it works at Clubhouse, but for people who don't know, there's a voice app where you can be anonymous. It's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It can be chaos. If it works there, that's really interesting. For when you sit down for a conversation across the table from somebody, don't have them even steelman the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just explain your understanding.
Yeah.
That's it.
And every now and then I would jump in. Like, there's somebody supporting Israel, whoever the heck they were, and they'd say a couple things. And the Palestinian guy would be like, or gal, or supportive of them, would say, you missed some stuff. And I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the Nakba is. The Nakba is a catastrophe. That's the day Israel was born. For the rest of the world, the birth of Israel fused the Nakba. I said, you've got members of your family that is still walking around carrying the keys to the front door of the house. They hand them. And he'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, you feel bad that, in point of fact, that in World War II, the world stood back and watched while the Nazis threw the Jews off a building. The only problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming. So articulating, deeply what the other side feels is transformative for both people involved in the process.
What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been a part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case just stands out to you, or maybe just one of many?
Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq and Saudi. First one was in Saudi, 2004 timeframe. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not deceiving them about the possibility of the outcome.
Yeah, how do you talk to family members? Is that part of the negotiation?
Yeah, empathy, learning empathy the hard way. And then being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, a guy that we're working with now that's coaching us in the U.S. and is a business partner, his name is Jonathan Smith, he pointed out to us that there's a Shuhari concept. Are you familiar with Shuhari? Martial arts concept. And she was do it exactly as the master is telling you to do it. Wax on, wax off. Karate Kid stuff. Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you get a feel for it. And you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You're seeing the same thing show up in other places. And at the re-level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. If somebody asks you where you learned that, probably say, my sensei taught us to, my master taught us to. This will come back around to negotiating with families pretty quick. We did this once because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if we're not coaching them regularly. One of these guys, Michael, we're interviewing him for a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, yeah, you got to gather data with your eyes. And I remember thinking, I went, ooh, I like that. I said, where did you hear it? He goes, I don't know. I heard it from you, I think. And I was like, no. I remember saying it. Yeah. That's the first time I've heard that. He's in reach. So what's this got to do with families? Empathy at its base level and the shoe level, I learned it on the suicide hotline, is saying, like, you sound angry. I'm just calling out the elephant in the room. Your emotions, what's driving you. I'm throwing a label on your affect. And I'm saying you sound, or it sounds like you are. Because that's the basic Karate Kid wax on, wax off approach. Now, there are a lot of hostage negotiators that'll tell you empathy doesn't work at all. Not true. They've never gotten out of shoe. You're getting ready to talk to your significant other. And you want to go someplace that you know is going to make her angry. You want to go do something.
Now, that's real negotiation right there.
You can say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to blow up because her reaction is, you made me angry, bozo. How can you act like you're an innocent third party, or that you were independent of how I feel bad? And you learn a little bit more, and you say, The high level is probably going to make you angry. And then what I did with families, I knew how they felt before I walked in the door. I knew that they were scared to death. You find out that your husband, your father, your brother has been grabbed by Al Qaeda, who are in the business of chopping people's heads off. You're going to be horrified. I can't walk into them and go like, "You sound angry." Of course I'm angry, you idiot. But knowing what they are, I used to walk into families' houses and I'd say, "I know you." Now, what do the circumstances dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by their government. They're going to feel totally alone. They're going to be scared. And they're going to be angry because they feel the government abandoned them. Now, in point of fact, is this an accurate statement? That their loved one voluntarily went into a war zone and voluntarily went someplace their government told them not to go? Are the facts that the government abandoned them? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the government warned them, tried to get them to not go, and they went anyway. But that doesn't change how they felt in the moment. And I walk into a house and I go, "I know you. I know you feel abandoned and alone. And I know you're horrified. And I know you feel the United States government is abandoned." And they would look at me and go like, "Yeah. What do we do now? Now we're ready to rock."
Is there Al Qaeda or in general, is there a language barrier too? It could be just barriers of different communication styles. I mean, you got like a New York way about it. That might make somebody from like, I don't know, Laguna Beach uncomfortable. do you feel that language barrier in communication? Just that language and communication style in itself creating a barrier.
You got a barrier when you think that your way is the way.
Sure, that's the biggest barrier.
Yeah, like and that happens all the time. When people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiation, what hand do I got to shake hands with?
Sure.
So that I can get my way. Well, if you strip it all down, we're all basically the same blank slate when we were born. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system works pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sorts of decisions. How does this affect my future? What am I at risk of losing? How does this affect my identity? You're a kind of kidnapper. You're a New York City businessman. You're a tobacco farmer in the South. All making those same decisions based on those same things. So as soon as I start to navigate that, and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, to what you think, how you see things. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from, if you live in the South, yeah, maybe I'm a New Yorker, or I'm somebody from LA, or somebody from Chicago. But my geography is foreign to you, but as soon as I start dialing in on how you see things, suddenly you're listening.
What about the three voices you talk about? The different voices you can use in that communication.
Right. The assertive voice, direct and honest. I'm a natural born assertive.
Natural born. I thought we're all playing play. You're born.
Well, stop catching me on what I said. How dare you accuse me of what I said? No quote Bono. I stand accused of what I've said, the things I've said.
It's a good line. He's got a few good lines.
Yeah.
So assertive voice. You're born that way. Which one? What are the other ones?
Analyst. You're an analyst.
And I can tell you're assertive.
Yeah.
What's an analyst voice?
Well, an analyst is close to
Smarter, more thoughtful.
No, as a matter of fact. Look, you ever do a decision tree?
Yeah.
See, you like it too, don't you?
So decision trees, I'm a computer scientist, so I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world.
There's an analyst. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? Unlikely.
Wait, is he more the assertive kind?
He's a natural born assertive, yeah.
Are all New Yorkers like this? Is this something in the water?
No, that's a crazy thing. I mean, there's an aspect that a city can have.
Yeah.
And, New York's Northeast, not just New York, but the Northeast is a little more the affect of the area, of the culture of the area. The individuals still boil down into the three types across the board.
What's the third one?
Accommodator, smiling, optimistic, hopeful. I'm 1,000% convinced that the phrase "hope is not a strategy" is designed at people's frustration over a third of the population being accommodators that are hope-driven. I hope this works out. And they're very on the surface, they're very relationship-oriented. They tend to appear to be very positive, and they are, but it's really built around hope.
And the idea is you can adopt these three voices.
You can learn them. They're all learnable. The analysts are often mistaken for accommodators because, as you said before, the analysts are more introspective, more analytical. They're looking at the systems at work, and if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more deals than they make. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate of the deals. But since they notice stuff and they think about it, they catch on faster than assertives do that the pleasant nature of an accommodator contributes strongly to them making deals. Like my daughter is an analyst. Another descriptor we have on that, an analyst are assassins. An analyst will snipe you from 1,000 yards out in the middle of the night, and you never know what hit you, and they're really happy with that.
But how has assertiveness, the assertive voice, served you in negotiation?
Poorly. The assertive voice is almost always counterproductive. It feels like getting hit in the face with a brick. And that's almost always counterproductive. So for me to be more effective, especially in a negotiation, I'll need to slow down and smile.
I heard that Teddy Roosevelt was a good negotiator and that he was extremely stubborn. And perhaps the right term for that would be assertive, but he picked his battles. Is there some value to holding strong to principles? So I don't even know if that's probably the opposite of empathy. Are there times when you can just be extremely stubborn to your principles?
We do it all the time. We just, we're just nice about it.
Okay, it helps to be nice, you're saying.
Well, yes, because I need you to hear me. And the assertive tone of voice. So when we do our training, typically we do an exercise called 60 seconds of she dies. And I play the bad guy bank robber, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is I give you the 4 real world constraints. And then you got to try and negotiate me out of the bank. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the assertive voice, which is the commanding voice. It's the voice that all police officers are taught to use in the street. Issued loud and clear command. To me, I don't feel like I'm attacking. I just feel like I'm being direct and honest and clear. You, on the other hand, feel attacked. Now, we're doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant has an Apple Watch on. He tells us afterwards that sitting still, not even answering, when he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumped to 1 second, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. I come at you like I'm fighting. Your fight-flight mechanisms all kick into gear, which clouds your thinking. You're automatically dumber in the moment. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly profitable, I'm agnostic to you being profitable. If you be profitable, that's fine. I'm here to make money for me. Me making you dumber will always hurt me. me making you feel attacked will always hurt.
So there's never a value in you making me afraid.
What's up, pimp?
There's never.
How you doing, Jake?
That's, it's another
What's good in your neck of the woods?
When we write a book.
Very cool. Well, you're in the right spot.
Because he said
How was your
there's
day?
scientific data out there that's called strategic operation.
Yeah, I have nothing going
Well, there's
on.
data. Well, whether or not it's scientific,
That's all right.
I would call that into question.
Come on in.
But he said there's studies out
We're
there
watching
that
hostage
show
negotiators
that
on
strategic
Lex
operation
Friedman.
works. And
I see her
another thing that I also enjoy,
Yes, sir.
you probably get tired of me saying.
Can you see my camera in there?
He told there's never enough wonderful things to say about the great Andrew Huberman, the host of the Huberman Lab podcast. Everybody's got
That's
to.
okay.
You should talk to Andrew.
You're funnier than he is, though. I'll give you that. He's funny accidentally. He makes me laugh all the time. Not when he's trying to be funny.
He's a really, he's one of the people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist and a really strong communicator and a good human being. And those together don't come often, and that's just nice to see. Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, he sort of taught me how to think about that in studies and science, and also from different books that he's turned me on to. It's really helped me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic umbrage were done, the ones that I've seen, that show it's effective. There were simulated negotiations with college students. Now, here's the
They're all
problem.
on there.
A simulated negotiation with a college student. College students are going to sit down as part of their assignment. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down for 45 minutes, and they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal at all, that they failed. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just a deal, and then they walk away from pretend situations. So they got no actual real skin in the game. There's no deal on earth. You sit down and come to agreement in 45 minutes and never see each other again because there's the implementation of the deal, even if it's only payment. So the data is flawed based on the way it was collected. It's a highly flawed study. And all data is flawed, as you know, as a scientist. You just got to be aware what the flaws are and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what do you think? Take a look at the data.
What up, pimp?
There's no such thing as perfect data. Look at the data.
Forward, man.
The data that says that
Have you seen my YouTube channels?
is based on flawed circumstances.
Can you explain strategic umbrage?
Just a little bit
Get
of
mad,
what you
scared,
have.
inside into a
That's
deep.
okay.
Not everything that
Get
you
mad
Just-
and using anger strategically
I just have a bunch going on at once.
to pull in the other side into a break.
have.
That's right.
That's nice to hear in some sense. It's nice to hear that empathy is the right way.
You got a full situation.
Right.
Best chance of success. Not that it works every time, just it works more than
Yeah.
anything else.
Obviously,
What is the technique of mirroring? There's a lot of cool stuff in the book. They just kind
I
of
can
jump
see
around.
that you have
Mirroring.
Mirroring is like it's one of the most fun
That's
skills
sort of
because it's
the
the simplest to execute. You just repeat 1 to 3-ish words of what somebody said. Usually the last 1 to 3 sentences.
There that other people aren't able to
What I found about it
take
is
it from, you know,
the people that really like mirroring love it because it's so simple and so effortless and invisible. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like I'm not a high IQ guy. I'm average too. I like to think that I can learn. In EQ, emotional intelligence is a skill you can build, and I'm always working on building it. But a lot of really regular average people, we're like, mirroring, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. And I don't know why they don't like it. But when I find somebody that loves to mirror, I'll always ask them, how'd you score on IQ? And typically their IQ is pretty high. Now, I don't know why that combination attracts people to mirroring, because there's 9 skills. 8 from hostage negotiation, and the 9th really was tone of voice, and we just defined that as a skill. And each one is different and focuses on different components of the conversation. And a lot of people don't like the mirror. They find it so awkward. Like I'm not particularly strong in mirroring. I got to do it intentionally. I'm good at like
But does it almost always work?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it feels maybe awkward, but it's true. There's got to be ways to signal that you're truly listening.
That's part.
I think you can do body language. You can, yeah. There's a lot of ways to signal that, but mirroring is probably just this trivial little hack.
It kind of is.
Hey, you know what? There's a situation that I had a conversation with Stephen Coggin.
Oh my god.
And he would say my name a lot throughout the conversation. He would be like, "We have to understand, Lex, is that," and for some reason that was making me feel really good. I was like, he cares about me, and I wonder if that key, if everyone has that key, that could be the name. Just using people's name could be powerful.
Using the name is really context driven. It can be extremely powerful with someone who's genuine, and it comes across in their demeanor, and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage you, as opposed to exploit you. And the people that are really into exploiting will also do the same thing.
So you have to be, you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiters, manipulators use, because it might signal to others that this person is trying to trick them.
You got to be very conscious.
What's labeling that you mentioned? The thing you like?
But, I said earlier, the whole progression from you sound angry, that this is probably going to make you angry, to I know you're angry. Labeling is hanging a label on an emotion or an affect, and then just calling it out.
Is that almost always good? Could it be a source of frustration when a person is being angry and you kind of put a label on it? Call out the elephant. Is it possible that will lead to escalation of that feeling versus a resolution?
Well, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm pointing out like that blatantly out, like if I say, look, I need you to get up and go down to the bank and make the deposit. Let's say I'm talking to somebody who works in my company. I need you to get on the phone with this person and make the appointment. And they go, sounds like you want me to talk to this person. Yeah. That would be annoying. If it's just so absurdly obvious that there's no insight in your label at all. And as soon as you're demonstrating an awareness or a subtlety or an insight, either to you or to them, now we're making progress. So the only time the label could ever potentially be counterproductive is like if you weren't actually listening and the label is indicating that you're not listening. I'm teaching at USC and I'm teaching labels, and one of the kids in the class, he just wants to take the skills and make his deals and just hustle them, and he's just looking for a hustle. So he writes up a paper about, he goes, there's some malls, I think it was by Palm Springs or someplace, some outlet mall, a lot of people go to buy suits. So he goes in there and he immediately starts the bargaining that my book teaches with no empathy. And he's like, throws a price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And he throws another price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And then
Welcome, anal boy. Hope you're living like a pimp.
Like, no, it doesn't. I just shut down everything that you just said. If anything, it sounds like we're never going to make a deal. But he tried to use label for manipulation. Now, the guy didn't get mad on the other side. There's like, clearly, there's
And at the core of everything, you have a bunch of almost like hacks, like techniques you can use, but at the core of it is everything. At the core is everything. Yeah, that's the main thing. You can be able to just sit there and listen
and proceed. Yeah, look for insight.
You know what? I like the silence, where you're both sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's a moment. The silence makes you kind of zoom out and realize you're in this together, as opposed to playing a game or some kind of like chess game of negotiation. You're in it together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence. And like, if I'll ask a question and just let the other person sit there in silence
Yeah, what's up?
before they answer, or vice versa. They ask me a question, I sit there in silence. It's a big, feels like a big intimate thing.
Yes.
Hey, I like his poster on
The other
the
two
ceiling.
types, until they've experienced that, are afraid.
Thanks, big bro.
Yeah.
And what I'm actually going to do is,
What's a green dot?
one of the reasons I'm really comfortable with silence, I think, because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's the king of dynamic silence.
Where are you from?
Like he coaches people. He says, "Go silent, count
That's
thousands,
from Ukraine.
don't stop till you run out of numbers."
Ukraine? Very good.
Good line. He's
No,
also
from
full
Palestine.
of good lines.
He is. That is.
Even better.
And so there's so much to it. But the other two types are natural wiring against it, why until they've experienced it. And you've got instinct, intuition's giving you data once you've experienced it. But your amygdala's kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated than that. Until you've experienced it. So confidence, hope-based. How do they signal fury? The silent fury. So when you go silent, they're scared to death you're furious. Because that's how they indicate. The assertive thinks to use the analyst when silent because you want them to talk some more. When in point of fact, you're thinking or, and I love your description, the feeling of intimacy and silence and experiencing the moment. Because I'm actually going to factor that into trying to get, the accommodators love shared intimacy. They would love to experience it. And I can see that being very compelling, them be willing to cross that chasm and experience silence and see how it works.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, which is why it's intimate. Because you start thinking, what's the other person thinking? We're actually going to do this? We're going to sit here for 10 seconds and count. I mean, there's tricks to it, I guess, like Brandon says, is to just count it out and realize through data that there's intimacy to it. I had a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing, so he couldn't, the doctor said he can't talk for a week, just to heal the voice, the vocal cords. But he hung out with other people, with friends, and didn't talk to them. He just hung out, and he said it was really intimate. They both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's a wake up call. It's a thing to try maybe with people in your life. Just hang out and don't say anything. Like as an experiment. Don't say anything the entire day. But spend
Or try it. Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting. I haven't tried it myself. It seems it's kind of like a silent retreat, but more active as part of like regular everyday life. Anyway, is there other interesting techniques we can talk about here? So, for example, creating the illusion of control.
Yeah, it's principally, by asking what and how questions. Because people love to tell others what to do or how to do it. It does a lot. That was really the way when the book was first written. That we really thought about what and how questions. It's giving the other side the illusion of control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, it wears people down. Deep thinking can be exhausting.
And you want, what's the role of exhaustion in negotiation? Is that ultimately
You got to be careful with that. Some people exhaust intentionally. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. John Domenico Pico is the UN hostage negotiators that got all the Western hostages out of Beirut in the 80s. And he wrote a book called Man Without a Gun. And I'm acquainted with John. At this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiation is exhausting the other side. Political negotiations, that could be Johnny was very deferential. He was in the middle of, in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish. Every negotiation involving warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus. He was in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in him as a Westerner, a representative of the UN. Got all the Westerners out of Beirut, and he was just ridiculously patient. And which I found exhausting, would often find exhausting.
So exhaustion can be a component of finding resolution in a negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative emotions, often exhaustion will tamp down negative emotions. If the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of the way, because you're dumber in a negative frame of mind.
So the goal is always positive emotion to talk about. That's what you're always chasing together.
I think so. Yeah.
And that's what that's right as well.
Yes.
Like whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry you're triggering in your brain. Like yeah, we're doing good here.
Yeah. I think for long-term success, absolutely.
How is the word fair used and
the F-bomb,
as you call it? How is it used and abused in negotiation?
It's usually used. It's most frequently used as a weapon. It's abused as a point of manipulation. It's what people say when they feel backed into a corner and they can't come up with any legitimate reason as to why they're being backed into a corner. Like nobody uses the word the F-bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria to back them up. So consequently, when somebody starts dropping it, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it, but they feel defensive. And it's saying, "Hey, look, I've given you a fair offer," is a way for me to knock you off your game if you're not aware. So a lot of cutthroat negotiators are going to use it on you to knock you off your game. The NFL strike probably now, it's been a good 10 years ago. And maybe even longer than that. One of the sticking points was the owners were not opening their books to the players. Players wanted to see them. And in order to not open their books, they just sent a press conference saying we've given the players a fair offer. Well, if it was fair, you'd open your books. Yeah. If you gave them a fair offer and it was justified by what was in your books, you'd open them to prove your point. So what ends up happening though, that the owners gave the players a fair offer starts to get picked up in the media. And then it starts getting repeated. And now there are different people on the player's side who are going like, yeah, maybe they have given us a fair offer because people are being insecure about their own position. It's an enormously powerful word that can be used in people. And it almost always comes up in every negotiation. It's shocking the number of times it comes up with people who don't really understand how or why it's coming up.
So usually it's a signal of a not a good place in negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person is using the word as a means of getting what they want, then either accidentally or on purpose, either they've got or they know they got a bad position, or their gut is afraid that they are. Do I use the word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I've treated you fairly. And if at any given point in time you think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop me. And we're going to address it.
Big, ridiculous question, but how do you close the deal? How do you take the negotiation to its end? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agreed upon implementation to really move out of the negotiation. And I may say, how do you want to proceed? And if you don't know, I might say, no one to question. Is it a ridiculous idea if I share with you some ideas of how to proceed?
And then you agree on the actual steps. That's the implementation. It's not just philosophical agreement. It's actual steps.
The big problem in all negotiations is the lack of discussion of the next steps.
That's deep. Who's the best negotiator you ever met?
Yeah, actually, probably my son, Brandon.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's ridiculously talented. I mean, he's ridiculously talented. And he's, and what was it? Coyle's book, The Culture, the Talent Code, says that, people just noticed it, started getting good at it. No such thing as a child prodigy. Just got interested when they were kids. I mean, Brandon started learning how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it, since he could make complete sentences, even before he could make complete sentences. He's ridiculously talented.
What's his future? What's he want to do?
He has been involved. He run and built my company, and now he's gonna be an affiliated licensee, run his own operation. He's pretty much gonna end up doing very much. He's gonna open his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants, and not have his dad say no.
And do a better job than that.
Most likely.
Okay. Do you see some of the techniques that you talk about as manipulative?
Manipulation is whether or not I'm trying to exploit you or hurt you. Am I trying to manipulate a bank robber into letting me save his life? Yeah. So manipulation is like, what am I trying to do here?
Yeah. So, but you don't see the negative connotation. If you're trying to bring a better future, it's not manipulation.
If I'm trying to bring about a future, if I'm being genuine and honest, like, I compliment you.
Yeah.
If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like, but if I think, you got a pair of shoes that are the dumbest looking things I've ever seen, and I go, wow, those are great shoes. No, that's manipulation.
So there's guys like Warren Buffett who are big on integrity and honesty. What's the role of lying effective?
Lying is just a bad idea. Lying is just a bad idea for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's a really good chance the other side is a better liar than you are. They're going to spot it right off the bat. Secondly, they could be luring you into a trap to see if you will lie. Thirdly, the chances are they're going to find out that you lied too. Eventually, is really high. And then the penalties and the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had in the first place.
So long term, you want to have a reputation of somebody with integrity. And the more you lie, the harder it is to maintain that reputation.
Yeah, exactly. And where's it going to get out?
Yeah. So let me just return to that question. What's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we, because I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now and just conversation on podcasts and so on is different than negotiation. It feels like the purpose is different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. And it feels like the goals are different. Or no?
Really close, fine line. I mean, I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than to have an interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions that you were asking me and what interests you. And then also your description of silence, the power of silence, something I'm going to take away as a learning point and help learn to teach others. But I didn't come in here, I suppose the negotiation is when we're both aware of a problem we're trying to solve.
Right. There's no problem in the room.
Right.
To solve, except maybe like the human condition and
insight, wisdom,
insight.
learning.
How do you train to become better in negotiating? In business, in life?
Yeah, just small stakes practice for high stakes results. I mean, decide what kind of negotiating resonates with you.
I mean, what's that mean? Small stakes practice or high stakes? Small stakes. So small, little, incremental. Picking up girls at a bar, or what are we talking about?
Well, it can be. For some people, that's high stakes. Well, labeling mirrors. One of the basic tools for great labeling and mirror people that you just have in regular interaction, just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's affect or how accurate you read it, to get better at it. And so, label the lifter or the grocery store clerk or the person behind the airline counter at the airport.
So putting a label on their affect.
Or throwing something at them that, because negotiation is a perishable skill. Emotional intelligence is perishable. So seeing if you can indicate that you understand their language. One of my favorite labels to throw out on somebody, which, maybe re-level, I might look at somebody who looks distressed and I'll go, tough day. So several years ago, I'm at the counter at LAX. Well, I'm waiting in the line to get to the counter. And a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I don't approach. And she looks, and so, like, you know when you're next in line and they're making sure that you don't meet eyes. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so they're having a bad day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, tough day. And she kind of snaps around. And she goes, no, how can I help you? And goes out of her way to help. Now I'm practiced, but I also know it made her feel better and relieve some of the stress. So now I'm going to TSA. I look for people who are having a tough day.
It's a good place to find them.
Good place to find and practice. And I'm rolling through the line, and I realize I haven't tossed a label out on any one of these guys. And there's this guy watching the bags come out of the x-ray machine. And he's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day? And he kind of goes, I can see from his body language, like, no. And I go, just another day, huh? And he goes, yeah, just another day. He felt seen, but I missed, and I'm practicing, and I'm trying to stay sharp.
So these are the few words. Just a few words you're trying to, like, quickly localize the affect. And
nice.
live on it.
Very, very, very analytically said. I'm not letting it go.
I love it. Does the same apply to just conversation in general? Just how to get better at conversation. I think a lot of people struggle. They have insecurities, they have anxiety about conversation. As funny as this to say, I have a lot of anxiety about conversation. Is that it basically do the same kind of practice some of the techniques?
Yeah, genuine. Just trying to make sure you hurt somebody else.
Yeah. What's the best conversation you ever been in? Except this one, of course.
Wow.
What? I mean, not the best conversation, but what stands out to you as conversation that changed you as a person, maybe?
Well, there's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, but one that I remember on a regular basis is actually there's two. But when I was in the bureau, I'm in Quantico. I'm there for an in-service. There's another guy from New York, a buddy of mine named Lionel, and we're both trying to decide whether or not we want to try to get into profiling or negotiation. Because they're both about human dynamics, and both of us really like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he labeled it. And I knew he didn't know what he was doing. I think he was just, he picked it up. And I'd been talking about my family, quite a few things. And he said to me, and I never said this directly, that we were close. But he said to me, it sounds like your family's really close. And I can remember in the moment, like this feeling, just like I felt great in the moment. I mean, what he said just drew together everything that I've been saying and nailed the essence. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in the moment. So a couple years later, I'm on a suicide hotline. Now I got this line in the back of my head. Line, technique, reaction, read, whatever you want to call it. Guy calls in on the hotline, and I can tell the dude is rattled by his tone of voice. I mean, just amped up. And he goes, I'm just trying to put a lid on the day. I need your help putting a lid on the day. I got to put a lid on the day. And I go, you sound anxious. And he goes, yeah. And again, he came down a little bit, and he was a guy that was telling me about, he was battling the disease of paranoia. And he's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. And he knew that on the car trip, he was going to, twist himself in the knots. And so the night before, he's twisting himself in the knots. And he's laying out everything that he's done to try to beat paranoia and how much his family's helping him. And he's going on a car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see a doctor. And so I hit him with the same thing that my buddy Lionel said. It sounds like your family's close. He goes, yeah, we are close. And he leveled out a little bit more. And then he started taking off all the things that he was doing to try to beat paranoia, and he sounded determined. And so I said, you sound determined. And he goes, yeah, I am determined. It'll be fun tomorrow. Thanks. And that was all I said. So those two conversations, which are overlapping conversations, those two things really stick out.
Do those things, like through all the different negotiations, conversations you've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same, and so you can start to pick little phrases here and there you've heard from other little experiences. They were all about, like, we all want to be close with other human beings. We all want love. We're all, I think we're all deeply lonely inside. We're looking for connection. We're just, if we're honest about it. And so all humans have all the same different components of what makes them tick. So you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being?
Yeah, there aren't that many different things that we're looking for understanding on, or connection on, or satisfaction on. There just aren't that many of them, regardless. And so, yeah, you're looking for it to manifest itself in some form or another, and you're willing to take a guess on whether or not that's what you're saying.
What advice would you give to me to be better at these conversations? To me and to other people that do kind of interviews and podcasts and so on.
Wow.
But I really care about empathy as well. Is there kind of, as a lifelong journey in this process?
Yeah, well, I think I would advise you to take that approach, which is the approach you're taking. You care about it, you're very curious about it. You see it as a lifelong journey, you're fascinated by it. You enjoy learning about it. And you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey, as opposed to, this is what if I can acquire this, then I can manipulate it.
No, I mean, I fall in love with people I talk to. There's a kind of deep connection that lingers with you, especially when I'm preparing. The more material there's in a person, the more you get to fall in love with them ahead of time. You get to really understand, not understand, but what I mean by fall in love is appreciate, but also become deeply curious. That's what I mean by fall in love. Like,
Yeah.
You appreciate the things you know, but you start to see, like Alice in Wonderland, you start to see that there's all this cool stuff you can learn if you keep interacting with them. And then when you show up and you actually meet, you realize it's like more and more and more and more. It's like in physics. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. And it's like, it's really exciting. And then it could also be heartbreaking because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye, I hate goodbyes. I hate goodbyes.
Same tone, right?
Yeah. It reminds me that I'm going to die one day. Like, good things end suck. But then it makes the moment more delicious, that you do get to spend together.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to, I completely forgot, I wanted to ask you about this, the 7, 38, 55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there all truth to it? That 7% of a message is conveyed from the words used, 38% from the tone of voice, and 55% from body language. Is there really truth to that?
All right, so Albert Arabian, I think is the name of the UCLA professor that originally proposed the 738-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it wasn't the message, but how much, he called it liking. Like, not that the meaning is coming across, but you're liking of the message. And so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me to this meaning of the meaning in 73855, from liking to the meaning. What I've seen regularly is people that communicate verbally, if they're speakers. Tony Robbins, 73855 guy, he throws the ratio out there. Go, that's it exactly. That's exactly how the message comes across. This is how we got to balance this. This is how we got to do it. Those that communicate principally in writing, so the meaning of the words are much more important to them. So they're deeply uncomfortable with 7 being the words. Because the content, the words, the meaning of the words, when you're writing, it's so important that you hate to poo-poo it that way. So I first of all, 1,000% believe it's an accurate ratio. But the real critical issue is not what the ratio of those 3 things are. It's what's the message when they're out of line. Like, what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words? Like, it don't matter what your ratio is. You got a problem if their tones not match their words.
And that's hard to really put a measure on exactly. Even in writing, there's a tone. I mean, it's not just, even in writing, it's not just the words. There's the words, but there's like a style underneath the whole thing.
Right.
And there's something like body language, the presentation of the whole thing. I mean, I'm a big fan of constrained mediums of communication, which writing is, or voice, like Clubhouse. There's a personality to a human being when you just hear their voice. It's not just, you could say it's the tone of voice, but there's like, you can like, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. Like when I'm listening to somebody, I'm imagining some amorphous being, right, doing things. When they get angry, I'm imagining anger. I don't know what exactly I'm visualizing.
And so you may think of a funny story because we were talking about your buddy Elon before, and I told you, about that I'd interacted with some of the senior executives. So I know that they love working with him, and I think he's an interesting guy, and they realize that he can be funny, and he jokes around. Yeah. So they're telling me, we're on this conference call, just words, and a guy on the other end of the line says something, that was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they said they're on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fired," and then everybody in the room with him can see that he's joking. But the person on the other side, and they're all going, "Wait! They can't see your look on your face right now. You gotta stop. The guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't realize you're joking." So there was, there were the words and the tone of voice, but it lacked the visual to go with it.
Nevertheless, it's probably funny.
I'm sure it was very funny.
Maybe not to him. Just as interesting to ask you, I don't know if you're following along the developments of large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. There's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots, essentially. They can talk. And they are becoming more and more human-like.
Right.
Do you think it's possible in the future that AI will be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
So definition of better or versus less flawed. Like they're chatbots have been out there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us because they were doing a negotiation chatbot, and they said 2 things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? Well, in point of fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching, quote, the Harvard methodology. And, the rational approach to negotiation just doesn't work. The rational approach just does not work. Our chatbots are not getting it. So we're showing in around about 80% of the interactions a higher success outcome with these chatbots. And they showed me what they were doing, and it was still a lot deeply flawed emotional intelligence-wise. But the reason why that they were having a higher success rate is the chatbots were never in a bad mood. And you could reach out for a chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you were talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you're going to have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability of a chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success rate.
Yeah, and they're not going to get mad and argue with you. You say to a chatbot, your price is too high. Chatbot is designed to come back with a smiley face.
Yeah.
You say to a person, your price is too high. How dare you? I'm trying to make a living. They can go off the deep end.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots are going now, they will come back negative because they're becoming more and more human-like. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the Turing test, you have to be negative. You have to be an asshole. You have to have boundaries. You have to be insecure. You have to have some uncertainty.
Well, it's the difference between having boundaries and being negative. Like if you throw a proposal to me, before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work for me. I'm going to set up a real clear boundary without being negative. So, and a lot of people really struggle with setting boundaries without being negative, without name calling, without indignation, without getting upset.
But see, when you show that you're not getting upset, I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, but chooses not to get upset. And a chatbot has to demonstrate that. It's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, sort of like vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." No, it's basically you have to. The chatbot has to be able to be mean and choose not to be.
Interesting. I don't know.
Maybe
I'd be willing to see that play out and see how it plays out.
But I guess what I'm saying is to be a good negotiator, you have to have the capacity to be a bad person and choose not.
Really?
I think so.
I think you just gotta have the capacity to set a boundary to stick to it.
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of their own demons. Because if you say you don't have any flaws, I can't trust you.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lie, right? So everybody's lying.
Right.
It's back to lying.
Yeah. So you have to have a self-awareness about that. But you be able to control it, demonstrate the able to control it. I mean, this is humans. I just think humans, intelligent, effective humans, are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet, and they're moving in that direction. So it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. That's what AI systems do. Is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes humans special? Any discipline. What is it that makes humans special? Chess and Go games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at now. What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What is it that makes them effective at something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? But doing things that we take for granted, like making yourself a cup of coffee, is exceptionally difficult in robots.
Yeah.
Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much common sense reasoning built in. Just about how gravity works, about how objects move, what kind of objects there are in the world. It's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial. Because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running into things and we learn about that. And so AI systems help us understand what is it that makes humans lose. What is the wisdom we have in our heads? And negotiation to me is super interesting. Negotiation is not about business. It's about geopolitics. It's about running government. It's basically negotiating the different policies, different bills and programs and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. It seems like AI in the future could be better at that. but maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other and yell at each other on Twitter. Maybe you have to have the red and blue teams that yell at each other in the process of figuring out what is true. Maybe AI systems will not be able to do that. I figure out the full mess of human civilization.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the two thoughts that I had along the way was, I mean, anytime you're talking about systems or scaling, you know, you're talking, my belief is chatbot systems, things that don't require decision making, just following the instructions. At least 80% of what's going on. Now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require the human interaction and what's required? Like I am not pro conflict, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of conflict. And reading interviews of Bono on YouTube, you know, their admiration for some of the Beatles' best music came when they were fighting with each other. And the song One, Octoon, which is, I believe, from the album Octoon Baby, those guys were fighting. I mean, they were on the verge of breaking up. And their appreciation that conflict could create something beautiful. And then when I was in the crisis negotiation unit, you know, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy that named Vince, brilliant dude, brilliant negotiator. And he and I used to argue all the time. And then when we had a change in the guy who was in charge, took me off to the side. He's like, you know, I can't take you and Vince fighting all the time. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think we come up with much better stuff as a result of our battles. And he said, you know, Vince said the same thing to me. And I'm like, so well, if we don't have a problem fighting, why do you have a problem? But, you know, there is something there that sometimes the most difficult insights, you rack your brains as to why someone is so dug in on something that you think is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. I think there's something to it.
There's something about conflict, even drama, that might be a feature, not a bug of our society.
Interesting.
Do you think there will always be war in the world?
Yeah.
So there will always be a need for negotiators and negotiating.
Well, as it turns out.
Why do you think there will always be war? What's your intuition about human nature there?
Yeah, just because we're basically 75% negative, and then, for lack of a better term, I call it 2 lines of code. Like somewhere when we were little, somebody planted in 2 lines into our head. We don't know when it got in there, but somebody said something to us that stuck. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little. And just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards, did they ever have an epiphany moment when they genuinely believe they can get themselves out of it? Like, what is it? One of Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do you get at that 2 lines of code that either mean or well-intentioned, but stupidly speaking, adult said to you at the wrong moment and planted in your brain? Like, how the chances of everybody on Earth getting that out, even the majority of people on Earth getting that out of their heads is really small.
What advice would you give to a young person today about how to have a career they can be proud of, or a life? Maybe somebody in high school, college, trying to figure out their way in this world.
Yeah, it's probably a take on a cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideals and pursue your ideals and stick to them when it costs you. Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Mulgill, runs this Operation Chris video in Atlanta. In one of his talks, he would say, core values are what you stick to, they cost you money. It's not a value that really matters to you unless it's cost. And stick to your values. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at, the number one core mission of the FBI is protect and defend the American people. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow the rules. You don't have time to do both.
When did you know you found what you love? When did you fall in love with whatever this process is negotiating?
I think it was in a conversation on the suicide hotline that I was telling you about earlier with the guy who was paranoid. When I thought I can have that significant of an impact on another human being in this short of a period of time, that's really cool.
How hard is it to talk somebody off the ledge? So this is a big question of why the hell live at all? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, and also practical conversation with somebody and convince them they should stick around?
Well, it's more clearing the clutter in their head and let them make up their own mind. That was what volunteering on Suicide Island was really about. Just let me see how quickly I can clear out the clutter in your head. If you're willing to have it cleared out. Like, did you call here because you're actually looking for help, or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to clear the clutter in your head? Not everybody is.
So once you clear the clutter, there's at least somewhat hopeful chance that you'll continue for another day.
Yeah. And like, if you step back, like, very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. Like, most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically human beings. They're struggling with emotions, but it's an emotional issue. It's not a physical issue. So if you would be a complete mercenary, like a guy I'm a very big fan of, a guy named Mark Paul, born great athlete, lost his eyesight and then became paralyzed. Like, he's an emotional leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great lives. Like, Mark was born, he was a spectacular athlete. And first he lost his sight in one eye, then he lost his sight in the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic experience. Like, if there was ever a dude that was saying, like, living sucks, and if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Mark's about being alive and inspiring other people. So the hard part with navigating with somebody who's tossing it in because there's a chemical imbalance, or it's the way they're interpreting the world. There's clutter in their head. Like, how can you help clear that clutter in their head
and help them by themselves, inspire them to reinterpret that world?
Yeah.
As one worth living.
Yeah.
What do you think is the meaning of life?
Why
live? What's a good reason?
Well, I have very strong religious beliefs. Spiritual. I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, I'd be a Christian. I have tremendous respect for the Jewish. I don't think any religion's got a name exactly. Again, I keep mentioning him. I'm kind of a Bono Christian. I think he's like what, and I'm gonna butcher it, but my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity leaves the room. The dogma of man's application of spiritual beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life was a gift, and there's a purpose here, and for my Creator decided that I woke up in the morning because he still had some cool, interesting things for me to do.
And you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that day.
Yeah.
Well, you do one heck of a good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today, for just being empathic. Honestly, you're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and to talk to you. This was really awesome, Chris. My pleasure. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Voss. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. How would the kangaroo attack a human?
Knock them down, and then they choke them.
Do the kangaroos do?
They choke each other, yeah.
They don't choke each other.
You don't believe me? You go on your video, they choke each other out.
I've seen it.
I mean, probably the most annoying one was obviously the one where I had Gordon Armbar. I was like, tap, bro. And he wouldn't tap. So I let him out.
I didn't get surgery. I didn't do essentially any rehab. I just have no ACL in my left leg.
So what's it like having those?
Surgery goes, you've got two options. Surgery, rehab only. Nicky goes, I'll do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong if you're the world's best grappler that hates you and you're gently provoking him behind the scenes every day? Well, I mean,
In Texas.
and you've stolen his brother, held him for ransom.
It is like a story of a shitty Western.
The last part of a difficult wake up for me, I try to find a sad movie and at least cry about a pound out. That really gets me over the line.
What are the rules in the streets?
Do you think if you're on steroids, you would have finished the show?
I mean, yeah, for sure.
Who knew that the cure to the Dagestani wrestling were the Aussies?
The following is a conversation with Craig Jones, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan, who together with Ethan Krellinston and others make up the D Team, a legendary jiu-jitsu team here in Austin, Texas. It was formed after the so-called Danaher Death Squad. The team headed by John Danaher split up into New Wave Jiu-Jitsu and B Team Jiu-Jitsu, both located here in Austin, Texas. There has been a lot of trash talk back and forth, including accusations of greasing and steroid use. And I, as a practitioner and fan of grappling, jiu-jitsu, and martial arts in general, am here for it. To see the best grapplers in history go at it, both on the mat and on Instagram. I like the people on both teams and train with both, and I'm really happy to see the exciting, rapid evolution of the sport that these athletes and coaches are catalyzing. This is the Let's Freedom Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Craig Jones, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan. Craig, can you introduce everyone?
Yep, so we got Nicky Rod here, brown belt, two-time ADCC silver medalist. Nicky Ryan here. That's it.
Who are you?
And I'm Craig Jones, also two-time ADCC silver medalist.
Silver medalist, so the number one loser. And maybe a little bit more. Your bio says, widely known as the Black Belt Slayer, hails from New Jersey to land of pizza and biceps.
Yes, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. You also do carry gun on you a lot?
Yeah, I keep it loaded. You know,
Yeah.
keep it on me.
You have one today?
In the car.
That was a mistake. That was your first mistake.
Yeah, I think it's too close.
And you are Nicky Ryan. What else is there? What else do you know?
Gordon Ryan's brother.
Gordon Ryan's brother.
Wait for that one.
All right. So, and you're all together part of the leadership of the B team here in Austin. Let's just get out some introductory questions. What, in general, accomplishment of the things you mentioned, are you most proud of?
I mean, I'm proud just to not have to work a full-time job just to get by on the bullshit I've done so far.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Just making money with the thing you love.
Exactly.
When was the first time you made money with the thing you love?
Oh, probably a jiu-jitsu tournament. I think maybe in Abu Dhabi where I won $1,000. Thought I was rich.
Yeah. What'd you spend that
$1,000 on?
Probably something bad, probably drugs or something at the time. Maybe a little bit of the after body.
That's a good introduction, Craig. So what about you? When's the first time you made money? Or what's actually stepping back? Like, what's the thing you're most proud of? System, that kind of thing.
I think I'm most proud of is I mean for sure 2 ADCC silver medals, which hurts because you're so close to getting that gold, but you know it takes time. I'm understanding that sport of jiu-jitsu takes quite a while to be at the tip top to be the absolute best. So I'm just being consistent in my training and my craft, and I'll get that number one spot one day.
What failure or loss is the most painful to you?
I don't know. I have a pretty short-term memory, so my losses, I just forget about. Yeah, I mean, for sure, my loss at this past ADCC in the finals, that one stung a bit because I definitely thought I was gonna win. I mean, like, it takes a while to produce the skills or the reactions more so that you need to have to be, to be that number one pound for pound guy. And pre ADCC, I was coming off an injury, so it took me a little bit to find the right mentality and physicality that I needed in order to, get the wins that required gold. So yeah, it's just a process.
Interesting. You keep saying process, like it takes a while to build up. So you're not like thinking of a loss like ADCC is like a specific failures. You haven't gone long enough on a particular process of being a champ.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm closing in on 5 years of specifically jiu-jitsu training. I'm about 4.5 right now, and it's just you constantly have these ups and downs in training where like as long as you stay consistent, you'll have a gradual raise, but still you'll have these peaks and lows, and just trying to get better every day. I'm definitely not where I will be in a few years. From now, but I'm striving to get there.
Are you actually a brown belt? Or was that a joke?
Brown belt, yeah.
You're a brown belt. Like how many stripes?
No stripes.
No stripes.
Stripeless.
Okay. Is that part of the process that you're working through?
Definitely part of the process. I mean, I think a black belt is just based upon how much knowledge you have. Obviously, like, if you're talking competitive wise, like from when I started, I was able to beat most black belts. That's just kind of how I was gifted from my wrestling experience. And, the time will come when it's right, but I'm not in a rush at all. I'm continuing I just kind of take every day for what it is and try to improve upon that.
I mean, I want to give you the black belt. You're right, but I'm not ready.
What is it? Are you guys, like, as no gi folks, do you take that seriously? Like the black belt? Or like how much does it come into play into?
Yeah, I mean, it's like with your upset that, it's based off the knowledge, not just, what you do out on the competition mat. Because, like you said, he has years of wrestling experience, and obviously he's very physically gifted. So we grade based off of the amount of knowledge that you have.
Like, how do you measure knowledge?
I think teaching is a good measurement of it, like how well you're able to show the moves, and, really make sure that you have an understanding of what you're doing.
Yeah, it's an interesting rank. It's like it's something that takes many years to accomplish, and for a lot of people, it's truly meaningful. It's like it represents a particular step in a journey. But for you guys, it's almost like different because you've been so focused on competition that I guess if you take it seriously, it is a big step for you too. Like as martial artists, that's bigger than just being like top of the world competitors. But I thought it was a joke. You guys are actually taking it seriously. Like,
That he's a brown belt.
he's a brown belt, and you're taking seriously the rank of black belt, and like it's part of your journey.
I think by the time I get a black belt, I'll be no more pound for pound. I think it'd be pretty nice to accomplish that as a brown belt, and then maybe plus black belt top.
You need to get promoted on the podium. What do you guys? Do you love winning or hate losing more?
I definitely don't hate losing. If it pays the bills, I don't mind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but honestly, if I win, I feel more relief than anything rather than like excitement and stuff. I'm like, oh, thank God that's over. Yeah.
I hate losing for sure, but I understand that it's necessary to get to where you want to be. And then winning is like, I mean, what I think winning is probably the closest you can get to like heroin or something. Because I mean, we're on like if you do have extreme success in a tournament that you've been adamant about training for and competing in for a while, and you end up winning it. I mean, I feel like you're on that high for days at a time.
Heroin's gonna be better.
You think so? I'm a stick with no.
I'm not gonna suck dick to win.
Suck dick for heroin. Okay. I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
You know, like because you come from a little bit of a wrestling culture. One of the things I really love is at the end of the match when they lose, they just run off. They're like almost pissed off. It's like some mixture of anger and frustration with themselves.
I think sometimes the people like freak out on the mat. And I think that's just to show everybody like they're acting like they cared a lot, and really maybe they didn't work enough to get to where they want to where they expected to be, and they lost, and then they have this big boost of emotion like after their loss. But yeah, I mean, I think you just cry in the mirror, not to everybody else.
What have you ever cried watching a movie?
I don't think I've ever cried. Period.
Okay. Have you cried watching a movie?
Not yet. Not yet.
The Notebook,
I try to avoid those movies.
Life.
Actually, I lie. Actually,
Titanic.
the last part of a difficult wake up for me, I try to find a sad movie and at least cry. I bet a pound out. That really gets me over the line. Low energy kind of dude.
There's other following liquids I can talk to you about, but let's just continue on.
Low energy.
What about you, Nikki? Love of winning versus hate of losing?
I'm a very competitive person, so I for sure hate losing more than I like winning. I do think it's something that's kind of held me back over the past few years, because it makes it so that I'm not as active as I should be. Because it's like I really hate that feeling of after a match that you just lost. So it kind of prevents me from competing. So it's definitely something I need to work past.
So, like, when you think about a competition, the possibility of losing, which is always there in competition, is the thing that like weighs heavy on you in the months and weeks leading up to it.
Yeah, my whole life, my financial stability, everything depends on my ability to go out there and compete and my ability to teach. So it's a huge hit to the brand if you lose. So leading up to matches, that's definitely something.
Right, so you guys are like world class athletes, but for me, more like a hobbyist competitor. I compete a lot. The thing I really wanted to win, the thing I was probably most afraid of was not just losing, but like embarrassing myself.
Yeah.
Even actually winning by stalling, that was the thing I hated the most about myself. In terms of crying in the mirror, it's like being too afraid to take risks after I'm up on 2 points.
I think you got in competition. Sometimes it's good to take the emotion out of it. It's too easy sometimes to think about my girls and in the crowd, my family's watching. Like I want to win because they're there. But at the highest level, if you're emotional at all, that's affecting you.
Yeah, that's tough though. That's tough, especially like leading up to when you're on the mat, maybe, but leading up to it.
I think it's okay to be emotional prior. Like if we know ADCC or is coming up, and we have a big match, like definitely I'll go out and practice, and I'll visualize. I'll put myself in that competition. That way, when it's game time, it's like I've been there 1,000 times already.
So not the actual competition, but even leading up to it, like stepping on the mat, like all the walk towards it, all that
Stuff. Like I'll do the same exact warm up for weeks on end until my competition day comes. That way, when I compete, I'm just like, oh, it's another Tuesday at practice.
What about you, Greg? How do you prepare mentally for kind of like ADCC?
I push it completely out of my mind. Don't even think about it. Try to avoid any visualization, any rituals, warm-ups, anything like that. Block it out until the last second. Yeah. Try not to think about it. I just go to training to have fun, learn a bit. But I try to approach competition the exact same way. I don't warm up at training. Do very little warm up at competition.
And you step on the mat.
My philosophy is there's no warm-ups on the street.
We're so vastly different.
All right, so you legit don't warm up.
No, I probably should now. I'm 31, but I would just like in the gym. Take it easy the first round. Like just, I look around the room and if you rise down, I might go have an easier first round today.
So even for like the most high stakes matches, you try to push it out.
Yeah, I didn't think about it.
What about like all the social like Instagram posts you have to do about that match? You just make a joke out of it and kind of
I mean,
not
it's
actually
kind of pretty silly, just wrestling each other.
Yeah.
We put the meaning into it, but there's someone that doesn't put it. Stupid.
Well, all of human existence is pretty silly. Like, what are we doing? None of us really know what's going on. We kind of have sex to reproduce. We get hungry, we eat, and then we're all chasing money and cars and whatever the hell. in a capitalist society, or we worship a dictator in a authoritarian regime. Yeah, and then we get off on we let power abuse us, and then we just murder others because we get off on it. Yeah, and then eventually all of us will die because the sun will run out of energy. Because colonizing other planets is very difficult. None of it matters. It's a good philosophy. It's pretty good.
That's exactly what
How
I
does
was
the sun run out of energy? Oh, you caught me there.
It burn out. It's a nuclear fusion engine, and eventually burns out.
like when you get tired of training.
Yeah, it's never happened.
I try to get tired. I like it's like not working.
All right, cool. So you legit don't care about it. Doesn't weigh heavy.
I try not to listen. Like if I win, I try to block out all the compliments, all the niceties and stuff. So I try to do the same with losing. It's happened. Move on to the next one. You know, don't dwell on it too much.
And sometimes make a joke out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Winning or losing, with the right joke, we can make money off of any event that's transpired. That's what's most important.
Excellent, thank you. I have a bunch of your merch.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
This one's the Jordan Burroughs ripoff.
All I see is silver. The way you pronounce Burroughs is very sexy. Okay.
I throw lines at people and I try to gauge their reaction. Like sometimes I'll say something nifty and I'll be like, all right, that's probably crossing the line. You know, then we'll tone it down to the public.
So yeah. So it's not just right. You have to think across the line.
Yeah. Like get as close to it as possible.
Yeah.
I feel like you can't really
And then
cross
cross it just a little bit.
just a little bit. Yeah.
Speaking of which, you said that I'm Switzerland in World War II since I'm friends with both you and Gordon and John.
Very rich country.
Are you a Hitler or a Stalin, by the way, in this analogy? Would you like to be Hitler or Stalin? And should you make a T-shirt out of it? Or?
I mean, a Nazi T-shirt. I don't know how well that sells.
I think it would, I think let's brainstorm on this one offline. I think since Hitler lost, they got second place in World War II.
That's true. That's true.
If that makes you Hitler. Anyway, to the degree that you can you tell the story of how the time you've had with the Danaher Death Squad and why you split up?
I competed against Gordon for ADCC and the EBI in 2017. And I remember I competed against him at ADCC, and then we had the EBI event, and then I had a Kasai. I used to compete all the time, every week. I wouldn't even do the preparation or anything. I'd just be like trying to do seminars, make money, and then jump in and compete. And I remember I showed up to Kasai after I faced him twice. And there were like 4 locker rooms, and they put me with all the DDS guys. It was just me and all the DDS, and I think we competed the weekend before. So I thought it was going to be super awkward, but it was actually pretty chill. And the Kasai was in New York, and they suggested to come train that week. So I came trained, hung out with them a bit. Ultimately, the goal was to move to America, enjoy the bigger team, just because that flight to Australia is death. Australia is so far away from everywhere. It's kind of like not realistic to base yourself in Australia when all the tournaments are in America. And then I went and trained with the guys, and they just had a massively deep talent pool in that room. Like show up to like meant to be 7 a.m., actual 8 a.m. class on Brazilian time. There'd be like 100 people in there, maybe, I don't know how many black belts, but a ton of elite guys. And I was coming from Australia, training with Lachlan Giles. But really, that room was pretty shallow, and like most people had serious jobs and stuff. So it was like basically me just training with Lachlan, maybe a couple of other guys, and then to go to New York and have access to a wide array of training partners and guys that are training twice each day. I feel like that's what you really need. You need people that can train as much as you are.
Get humbled. Get humbled in that room at first.
For sure, because my style at the time was basically a rip-off version of what they were doing.
Yeah.
Leg lock came in. I remember just watching Eddie Cummings non-stop and just seeing this guy rip people's legs off, and I was like, you know what? That's probably a good move. You know, that looks like an easier path to victory than trying to beat these guys at what they're good at already. You know, my philosophy at the time was if it's bothering old Brazilians, it's bothering them for a reason. It's probably effective, and that's the path I took to sort of try to rip off their moves, and then obviously to go into that room, try to do them to them. It's going to be a bit more difficult.
All right, so that's how it started. did you end up here?
How do we end up here?
We're in Austin, Texas.
I mean, I like to think of Puerto Rico as apocalypse now. John Danaher as Colonel Kurtz. Things got very weird in the jungle, and the teams went in two different directions. But honestly, I mean, it's not really my story to tell. I had some issues with some of those people. At the time of the split, I got along very well with John. I feel like me and him connected very well. I don't know why that was. Maybe it was just because he missed the familiar accent, Australian New Zealand accent. But I mean, I basically followed Nikki, left with Nikki, sort of that core group of guys left with Nikki, and I mean, I just backed. There was personal problems. I just backed Nikki, basically.
Got it. Just thinking at you for a bit. Is there a part of you that finds it heartbreaking that DDS split up? Is part of you miss working with John and everybody? Like, can you still man the case for that?
I mean, I miss certain aspects of it, but I also do prefer the freedom of being apart from it. It's obviously a very strict regime under John Danaher. Obviously, there's parts of it I miss. The parts the public doesn't see of John, the behind-the-scenes bad guy. I feel like he's very conscious of the image he portrays to the world, but basically, closed doors, he's always making jokes, always finding, I guess, more in line with the Australian Kiwi sort of culture. But you don't really see that in the public eye. So that perspective, I do miss that relationship with John. In terms of setting aside personal differences, Gordon was a good training partner. Definitely a good training partner to train with. But obviously the negative things we can't really talk about outweigh all of those things. And we obviously have to make a decision to leave.
What does that happen in the jungle?
The things happen in the jungle
Shall never be spoken of.
and I personally cannot speak up. Yeah, but obviously I do miss certain aspects. Like, I mean, nothing's all bad, nothing's all good,
Yeah, this goes back to your everything we're doing is silly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't get people take it so serious. Martial arts so serious. It's pretty stupid, really. Especially in the gi, it looks bad. And then
I mean, it's pretty silly with and without the gi. It's just a bunch of apes.
What's silly about no gi and what's silly about the gi and just mix and match bottom thing, you know what I mean?
Wait, which one?
Sambo, yeah.
I see what you're doing. Brother, you come to my house, defend my people. All right. We're going to go to every dark place, apparently. Nick, how did you get with DBS? What was that journey like? Is there, try to see if there's things that you remember fondly that you've gotten from the experience.
All right, so the way I started training with DDS, initially I was training for initially I was a bouncer, right? I dropped out of college to pursue this fitness modeling career. I ended up signing with the Wilhelmina Models up in New York, and I was like trying to get in better shape. While I was bouncing, kind of the talk of who's tougher came up between the wrestlers and a few of the bouncers that trained jiu-jitsu. And they convinced me to go to practice, and I went to my first practice over there, and for the most part, I just controlled everybody, got on top of them, was able to avoid shitty submissions because I had an awareness of the sport, and I'm a fan of fighting and whatnot, so I kind of understood it pretty well. And then soon after that, I joined a school, and my second week of jiu-jitsu, I started competing. Had pretty good success. I was like subbing a few black belts and beating everybody pretty decisively with points and stuff. And about 3 months into training locally, I got connected with Gordon Ryan and John Danaher up in New York, and I committed to make the drive up there as many days as I could. At the time, I lived in South Jersey, and it was about a 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive without traffic to New York, to where Gloucester County, Clayton, New Jersey specifically, but Gloucester County. Yeah, so it was about 130 miles, and without traffic, about 2.5 hours or so. But on the way back, man, it'd be 3+ sometimes. Catching that rush hour.
What year was it? Do you remember?
This was 2018.
I was there before all that. All right, cool. Anyway, you're doing the long drive.
Yeah, doing the long drive, and then once I won ADCC trials, I was able to make a couple bucks, and then I got my silver medal at ADCC, and I was able to afford to live up there in New York and North Jersey area. So I lived up there, trained there full time every day, and it was kind of sucked. It was a team throughout the turbulent times, and got ourselves in Austin
The jungle.
in the jungle.
The things we shall not speak of.
Yeah.
What other things that you remember that you learned from John Donner?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely learned a ton from John and the team as a whole. Like, it's you have to be the guy that asks questions in that type of environment, right? Because you're not going to get singled out to be that star or the guy in the room when you have all these other stud athletes. So I really had to seek out and figure out. Once I became a bit more verbal with my training, and I'm expressing all my curiosities about grappling to these guys. Definitely helped boost my technique and my career as a whole.
Yeah, did you understand what kind of stuff, like technically, you want to get good at? Like, what would be good for you? What are your weaknesses and all that?
So initially, when I started grappling, I had an innate ability to just get to opponent's back. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna get into the back. Let me rolling the back and then submitting opponent to be a rear naked choke. And then besides that, I really focused on leg lock defense, and then eventually came the body lock pass, where I'm really good at body lock passing my opponents now, and it just takes quite a long time because you have to find different sequences, and then there's always these an abundance of opportunities that your opponent gets from these specific sequences. So it takes a while.
Is there part of you that finds the fact that IDDS put up heartbreak?
I definitely, having one person to go to that runs practice every day that's consistent. It was definitely a gift. But now I'm also gifted with many other partners. I think Ryan, Craig Jones, Ethan. Craig Jones. Yeah. We have Ethan Curley, Damian Anderson. So a full team of knowledgeable athletes that I can continue to go to with multiple questions. But yeah, definitely. It took me some time to adjust to training or to learning from specifically my team and not just one person.
We should mention for people just listening, because you can't visually see, that Nicky Ryan is currently terrified, and Craig Jones is currently enjoying the fact that he's terrified. But anyway, can you talk about your Nicky? Can you talk about your time with DDS?
Started training when I was like around 13. My brother Gordon had started prior to me, and I really just went into training just as a means to exercise and lose weight at the beginning. So I was pretty fat as a kid. So I went to the first class, loved it, and then just started training every day at Gary's Gym, Brunswick. And then during the summer, when I would get off from school, they would take me up to New York to train under John. And, I just absolutely loved it. I knew what I wanted to do with my life at a young age. So I ended up dropping out of school actually after my freshman year in high school. So yeah, 15, I ended up dropping out and just pursuing jiu-jitsu full time, training every day up in the school day.
What aspect of jiu-jitsu made you know that this is the thing for you?
It's just something I just enjoy being, like on the mat every day. I love that there's, a problem-solving aspect to it. It's mentally challenging, physically challenging, helps me get in shape. So I just, right off the bat, I loved it.
Okay, so then we go to the jungle. What happened in the jungle? And in general, like, I like this. This shroud of mystery that shall never be penetrated. That should never be like.
We've got a book deal coming.
Book deal?
Obviously, Les Oscar is not writing.
Okay, I'll do the Russian translation. Okay. So, what are things that you enjoyed that you remember from working with John Donner?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's considered one of the best coaches in the world. Very charismatic guy when you see him in person. I pretty much was, kind of raised in the DDS. That's where I spent the majority of my time every day. So I obviously had very deep connections with John, my brother, Gary, even Eddie Cummings and stuff back then. So obviously I miss interacting with those guys every day. And, it's like they said, it's good to have somebody to kind of crack the whip at you every day. John was very good at that.
When you're like younger in your teenage years, you have to get humbled, right? There's like a process to that.
Yeah, for sure. And
it's a pretty good room to get humbled in, I guess.
training with them just when like everybody started to break out. Gary was like the biggest name at the time, just 'cause he had won 80cc trials already, and he had a crazy match with Kron at Kron Gracie at 80cc. But Eddie was just starting to break out. Gordon just started winning EDI, so I started training under John, right when everything was exploding.
What are the good things about life about jiu-jitsu you learned from your brother?
Both me and my brother never really wanted to, work a full-time job doing something that we hate. And he was always, a very confident person, so he just went, fully started pursuing jiu-jitsu. So I'm very happy that, he did that, and I ended up following in his footsteps, because you can ask these guys, I'm a lazy sack of shit outside of the mat. So that's definitely one thing that I'm very grateful for.
That he paved the way, like you can make money doing stuff you love.
Yeah, exactly. And he was a big reason, why my parents eventually let me drop out of school, because when they were coming out, there was no money in the sport. It was very hard to make a full living. Like if you wanted to actually make a living, you'd eventually have to transfer to MMA. And I feel like Gordon and Gary and those guys were some of the first people to make a very good living off of just jiu-jitsu.
This part of you find it heartbreaking that you split up from DDS, but also from your brother in terms of spending time on the mat every day.
Yeah, for sure. Growing up, obviously he's my big brother. I looked up to him a lot. I definitely, like I said, I miss interacting with those guys. I was pretty much raised, in that blue basement. But John was like, a father figure to me. So I definitely, miss seeing those guys every day.
Do you have animosity towards Gordon, and does he have animosity towards you? And what is the source of that? And do you think you'll ever be able to forgive each other?
Definitely, initially during the initial split, we definitely hated each other at the beginning. But it's definitely started to calm down. Actually, just prior to all this social media drama that's going on currently, he had reached out to me, and that was literally like the first time that we have actually talked since the split happened. We didn't talk to each other for the split for now like almost 2 years, and that was the first time that we interacted again. And overall, he wasn't aggressive towards me. I wasn't aggressive towards him. We were cracking some jokes, so hopefully the animosity is going down.
There's this Godfather quote that I wrote down. I recently rewatched it from the Don, from Don Corleone, Vito Corleone. The strength of a family, like the strength of an army, lies in its loyalty to each other. Is there some aspect of family that you miss? Of the blood that kind of connects you, that you can count on?
Yeah, my parents, they both raised us. Family is everything. You never, betray your family or anything like that. So I definitely, miss them from time to time.
Okay, imagine you're like 40 years from now, sitting on a porch with a shotgun, drinking whiskey, looking over like all the land you've conquered. Looking back at this moment, is the reason you split up a bullshit reason? Or is it a good reason? From the perspective of the king who has now conquered the land, have proven himself, have done everything.
I think it was definitely like a justifiable reason for the team splitting. Like it just, with the way things were going, it just was not going to work with, all of us in the same room together. It started, affecting training. People didn't feel comfortable with things. So I definitely think that it was a justifiable reason to split.
The things that happened in the jungle.
Yeah.
To be told about in the book. Is it going to be an audiobook, or is it just going to be... and who's going to voice it?
Might be a play.
A musical? It's on Broadway. How's your singing voice?
Mine's not so good, but Nicky has a beautiful voice.
Does he? Of an angel? I can head back. Okay. Speaking of the social media drama, I should mention that I've talked recently to Gordon a bunch. I've talked to him about talking to you guys, and he's had nothing but really nice things to say about you, Nick, right? And he had nothing but bad things.
What were some of the things?
Well, let's just go to the social media first, because the social media stuff that he said publicly is just like a warm up. It's like foreplay, I guess. So Gordon sent you, Nick, flowers for Instagram quote. I've been fucking him in every round in competition since we met in 2018. The least I can do is buy him flowers.
We didn't get the flowers.
No, so,
Yeah, never
that was the question.
Never
Did you get the flowers? You never got the flowers.
He sent it to the wrong address.
You did?
Yeah.
Where do you think he sent it?
It was close, but it was wrong.
Did you appreciate the romantic gesture?
I did. I was looking forward to the flowers and potentially chocolates in there. But, it was a bit of a letdown.
Can you describe your recent match against Gordon, the EBI match?
Okay, so EBI match on UFC Fight Pass was a 20-minute match. And immediately, match starts. I pull guard, and then I stand up. He pulls guard, and we have this kind of like back and forth where he's trying to dig for underhooks, trying to get on top of me, and he can't really find success. And then in the midst of me trying to work my body lock pass, Gordon's able to underhook leg, and we end up in a leg entanglement. And then I'm able to transfer that leg entanglement to a 50-50 position, still in the leg entanglement. From that 50-50 position, I'm able to separate his feet and actually get a few pops. And he actually said I broke his foot in that exchange with the toe hold. The toe hold, yep. And after that, we had a bit more. I was just being working on top positions, trying to get my body lock. Time runs out, and we go to overtime. In overtime,
can you hold on a second? Actually, what does it mean to break a leg? I was very confused about.
Okay, so
is this like a expression, or what do you mean? What do you broke? Which part breaks the toe hold?
Okay, so in a toe hold, there's a few different grades of it. Like you can get a few pops and have some walking issues, and people consider that a break. And then you could break it fully and have your foot be like a limp noodle. I think what was that, Achilles? Was the front of the Achilles or something?
I mean, it was probably the ligaments. I mean, it's funny, like, a lot of people say they broke something, but, like, to me, you break bones, you tear ligaments. So I would imagine you probably had a grade 3 tear.
Grade 3.
How hard do you think is it? I always wondered that with like a straight foot lock. How hard is it to break the shin, or like the actual bones versus the tears?
Depends how many steroids there are. And obviously how much you're on.
You're one of the few guys that have actually broken bones in competition.
Yeah, have I?
Oh, yeah.
A couple, yeah.
Which bones did you break?
Spiral fracture of the fibula. Very
Power.
Was it a twisting? How did you break it?
Oh, it was a heel hook. Really always used to say heel hooks don't work, leg locks don't work. But unfortunately, age gets the best of all of us. I think he has some mileage on those ligaments.
Yeah.
And the bone, I guess.
So it's actually what the bone.
Yeah, his ankle disconnected from the tibia and the fibula, but the fibula definitely sounds pretty bad then.
The dynamics of that. Okay, anyway, you went to overtime. What happened in overtime?
Okay, what happened in overtime? Let's see. Trying to hang. Oh, okay. I go defense first. Whistle blows. I'm able to escape in like 17 seconds. And then immediately after, I go on his back, and he gets out in exactly 17 seconds. I'm like, shit, all right. I thought I had a good start. And then he gets on my back right after that, and he's able to ride me out for pretty much the entire round. After that, I go back on his back. He escapes maybe like a minute and some change. I think where I went wrong in the overtime is I should have been less adamant about chasing the submission and more aware of collecting time. I kind of diverted my attention towards acquiring time on the clock. It would have been more in my favor. But yeah, at the end of my overtime round, I'm able to lock up a rear naked choke over the face. But there just wasn't enough time to fully finish. I got a few seconds of squeeze in there. I didn't have enough time to adjust. And
Do you think if you were on steroids, you would have finished the choke?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I thought.
If you're on gear, you're changing the biology of your body. Right? You're adjusting your DNA. For sure, if I adjusted my DNA, I mean, it's a finish.
You're implying you're a natural athlete.
Oh, I'm definitely a natural athlete, yeah. Heavy patient.
Okay, so for people who don't know the EBI rules, it's an interesting rule structure where the overtime you put yourself in like the worst possible position, and the task is to escape, and then the other person does the same thing. What do you guys think about that rule set?
I like it just because. First of all, I don't like the idea of having to put somebody on my back, but I do like the definitive answer in the match. Like either you escaped in time or you got rid absolutely, like you get to define a winner. That's great. I'd much rather have that than a close decision and kind of
What about you?
I mean, honestly, there's all the different rules. When I look at the rule sets, I just try to think of what rule set I could beat that individual in, and I sort of gear myself towards that. That's really the strategy there. I think there's some guys that that stall a lot that you would love to have EBI overtime, but at the end, they're stalling until they have to give us a good position. But then there's some guys that are so good in those positions, I'm like, well, maybe we just do a regular match.
What are the rules in the streets?
The streets, no time limit.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's also like concrete and cars and stuff.
Fighting.
Yeah. Bolting. Yeah, so you don't like that rule set? Are there some people you would prefer in the street as a rule set?
Me, probably not. I don't know, the EBI, I mean, it's tricky, it depends on the opponent, which rule set I want to do.
What about you, Nick? What do you think about the rule set of EBI?
Yeah, I think EBI is very good from a spectator point of view. People find it very entertaining to watch. People want to see submissions. You're putting the athletes in a position where you have like the highest percentage submission in the sport. So obviously you're going to get a lot of submissions. My issue with it is a rule set that allows somebody that's overall worse at jiu-jitsu to win a match. A guy can go out there and just stall and just get completely dominated for the entirety of regulation, and then he gets to start on the guy's back. So that's my one issue with it.
But also, I mean, it's interesting to see, like, the best people in the world have to be put in a really bad position, and then to see how good their escapes are, for example.
Yeah,
It's interesting,
yeah.
but it doesn't feel like realistic. It's a fun thing to watch, but it doesn't feel like the real fight. It feels weird.
I'll claim it. If I start in overtime on someone and finish them, I'll claim it. But if they submit me in overtime, I'm like,
You're gonna do that? Yeah, good.
The issue is people like stalling to just win overtime. So where you got this guy that his whole training camp is just not get subbed and win overtime.
By the way, I have a rose behind you. Somebody gave me a Valentine's flower, so if you missed the one from Gordon, I got one.
I appreciate that. It's good to feel love.
Yeah. All right. So, what did you learn from that match? Like, a takeaway, technically speaking. Like, what do you need to work on?
Well, I learned that I am pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I got I know exactly what my weakness is. It's the leg lock department, and I'm doing a lot to get better in that specific aspect.
Attack and defense.
I would say attack, defense, re-attacks. Even if I wanted to offensively enter a leg, I could use some work there as well. But I feel like once I solidify, if I'll become a black belt specifically in the leg lock department, I feel like I'd be unstoppable.
If you, Nicky Rod, definitively beat Gordon Ryan, how would you do it?
buggy choke.
For the listener, I don't even know how to describe buggy choke. What's the definitive conclusion on that choke? Does it work? It's a choke that you do when you're in a what's the opposite of a dominant? It's not submissive. In a non-dominant position of bottom of side control.
Yeah, it's just embarrassing. Submission to get COVID, really.
Yeah, but does it work?
It works on certain people.
For the listener, you go ask over Nicky. It's embarrassing, but it's also the way to frustrate the opponent.
For sure, yeah. It's a new part of the sport. I feel like the Rotolos brought it back into fashion, and even if you don't get it, because it's one of those moves that's so embarrassing, at the first sign of danger, the top guy abandons ship, and you can basically retain guard by attempting a very embarrassing submission.
So that's the right of embarrassment.
Yeah, people pull out very quick to avoid something.
I think some people underestimate how good of a submission it is. I mean, once you're locked in there, there's not too many defenses for a buggy choke.
Is there an instructional on the way from you?
J-Rod, actually, a little brother has one.
Oh yeah, for real? You actually legit have? Oh wow! That's awesome. Let's check it out. So, you're making a joke out of it, but it is real. There's a system to it.
Yeah, I don't know if we call it a system. It's a good move.
mean, you take an opponent that was just winning in a.
What's up, meow? Can you hear me? What up, Sophia? How are you? I was asking what Freedom City is. Mm. What up, Duval? How are you? Yellow, how are you? What up, August? How are you? How's your life? What up? How are you? What's good? China's amazing. God, this thing sucks.
In a greatly dominant position, and then boom, in that same position, they're losing. You know, it's an interesting move.
What's the name of it?
You know where Quezon City is?
Okay, the Buggypedia. I thought there'd be something like very Craig Jonesy about it. Okay, awesome. I know you don't want to sort of reveal the secrets of what you're working on, but in general, what does it take to beat Gordon? I guess.
Okay, so it would have to be some kind of choke. I think any joint lock or anything like that, he's just gonna let it break and stay in the match. So I don't even think he'd tap from like a rear naked choke. I think it would have to be put in the sleeve. So putting in the sleeve.
So Gordon is somebody who really hates me.
Yeah, like he won't even tap in the practice room. I remember like I had a toehold a couple times in practice room, and he was just comfortable like working there. I'm like, I'm not really putting much on it. I think he just, you know, maybe because of situations like that in practice, he kind of didn't respect my toehold ability in competition.
You've done that to me.
I have, yeah. Yeah. I give you a little
puff and then you let go.
and that was only 10% right there.
Hey, don't get into math.
Okay, is there some part of that you think is necessary to be a champion? Is to like this almost unwillingness in competition to death?
I think there's definitely something to be said for people that are just like, willing to go that extra mile or to take that damage to secure their victory.
Is there part of you that like would hate that or hates that?
Yeah, I mean, all of me. They would hate that. Yeah, the whole part of me.
Is there a John Legend he put it because I think there's a lot of words that would need to be censored involved. But he said, ask them
Sometimes allegedly when I
how it
poo,
feels to have a
there's a
0-5
Poseidon's
record
kiss,
against me
but
with
it like
4 submissions.
really comes up
I mean, first of all,
and it gets on
I
my butt
wasn't
cheeks.
sure he could count to 5.
Yeah.
That's an impressive thing.
Allegedly. Really?
Oh, and 5. I mean,
You're telling me about it, kid.
Nobody beats me.
I love you so
Lex, I did have a question. I did have a question for you. There was some controversy on your Twitter about a list of books.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why Gordon's book wasn't featured amongst that literature.
Well, it was only the first 30 books, or like the first 20 books, and would of course be in.
Something interesting about Gordon, he's the first author that's written more books than he's read.
Pretty good. If you face them, what's your take on what it takes to be Gordon? I mean, you guys kind of joke and they go pretty hard recently on each other. But as a fan of jiu-jitsu, I'm all in on this rivalry. It's just fun to watch.
I mean, first of all, I don't think I go really hard with him. I think Gordon is pretty sensitive. You know what I mean? He's looking for a large insult in a small insult. And for me, like Australians, we just attack each other all day, every day. And for me, like, if I see someone that takes themselves very seriously, that's like blood in the water. That's funny to me. To me, if I can just gently provoke and get a strong reaction, that's hilarious. Like, Aussies, we will just attack each other, and the first person that gets upset, he kind of loses.
What are you thinking?
Exchange. So I think that is very, very entertaining.
Like if you were to beat Gordon, would the mental game off the mat be part of it?
I think it would be a factor for sure, but I mean, I'm never gonna come out too crazy direct with it. You know, like I find that like if you get too upset online and you're going crazy, I find that I'd be embarrassed to do that myself. Obviously, everyone's different. Everyone has a different style.
What else can you do?
You know, but like, yeah, I think the mental aspect would play a big factor. I mean, mainly because if I were to beat him, I would send him a message every day until I die. Yeah, just to gently remind him that I got the last one. The last one is all that matters. We're not giving story.
So like once you beat him, you're going to run for the rest of your life.
I mean, run but look back.
Yeah,
You know, look back
right.
and
With messages. ride your horse into the sunset. Okay. Oh, by the way, you talk very lightly. Talk shit very lightly against Alexander Volkanovski's opponent. Very lightly. Have you received death threats, or how are you still alive?
Like Gordon, I would say people from Dagestan take a joke very well. You know what I mean?
Do they really?
No.
Oh, like Gordon. Oh, like, sorry. Slow.
Now,
I'm into aggressive mode in my head.
honestly, Islam was pretty cool. I wanted to stir it up a bit, you know, because like I felt like that was a massive fight, and it probably should have had more attention than it was receiving. So I wanted to just gently stir it up a bit. I feel like Sambo guys are in the same vein as catch wrestlers, very sensitive. You know, like obviously there's only 3 people in the world that do catch wrestling. Sambo, maybe 10 to 15. So I figured we could really provoke them with that sort of jiu-jitsu Sambo stuff. Islam took the joke very
What
well.
else you thinking?
The Russian fans, not so much, very serious. There's not many smiles in Russia.
What's going on here?
They didn't take it as well.
Trying to suppress the anger, the rage is
Oh,
building
not
slowly. So you guys mentioned steroids.
I like that you bring that up after we talk about Russia.
He looks like MMA. Filipino MMA. I bet that's crazy. Kicking motherfucker.
Like, but I would love to travel with you to Russia.
Kickboxing.
You might get killed with me now.
I don't know why
That would be
kickboxing is more
like
popular.
first, just to turn to backstab you.
Like I got in there.
All right. Are most of the top grapplers on steroids?
What are you thinking?
I mean, it's hard to say. You know, some people look like shit.
Damn, this one is a
Some
supercomputer.
people look excellent, and they're not on steroids. It's so hard to tell.
That seems to be the general consensus for a lot of people on steroids. I'm always a little bit. I don't know. To be honest, I've never seen anyone take steroids. I've never taken steroids. I don't even know if that's the right term to use, or like TRT, any of that. So I'm very careful, like, to not let my naive to say, like, lead me to take conclusions. But I do feel a little bit weird about the witch hunt nature of it. That some people a little bit too eagerly claim that others are on steroids just because they're successful. Um, but at the same time, it does seem that a lot of athletes will do whatever it takes to be successful.
Yeah, and if a sport doesn't test, you got to assume most people are going to do it. And especially now, as more money comes into the sport, you got to assume more people are going to do it, you know?
I generally like the AGCC and like this jiu-jitsu test.
It's actually encouraged. No.
You get a pamphlet. Okay. They don't test. There's no
They
testing.
test to make sure we're on steroids because obviously it's a big show for the UFC podcast in the future. They don't want anyone coming in out of shape.
Very nice. Do you think using steroids in that kind of context in sports is wrong? Like stepping away if it's not illegal.
I mean,
Do you
from
think
my
ethically
perspective,
speaking?
I like to assume everyone's on steroids and have to feel bad about using steroids myself.
Yeah. Do you use all of the steroids?
I'm over 30, it's DOD, you know, that's
Yeah.
a medical definition.
That's the medical. Okay. I'd like to meet your doctor.
Therapeutic use, you know.
Therapeutic. Right. Like, how do you just feel about it?
I mean, it is cheating for sure. Whether they test for it or not, I think it is cheating. Obviously, some people are going to say, oh, fuck, everyone's on it. I should be able to get away with it. It makes it even playing field. You know, but it kind of becomes Russian roulette because it's like if one guy's taking a small amount and the other guy is taking a huge amount, he's going to reap huge rewards in the short term, probably be dead pretty early, but die a champion, mind you. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know what that line is. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think it's worthy to take health risks
I think if you're
just for the glory?
I think if you're 40, about to die, looking at a cabinet of gold medals for wrestling other men, it's probably not going to hit the same way on your deathbed, you know?
What? Sorry, in which direction? Like, is that a good thing or not?
No, you're probably going to feel like, oh, fuck, I probably wasted a bit of health on that, you know?
You think so? Isn't that like the glory of it? Like you said, other men. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Like
in my
that's
opinion, I'll maybe wrestle a woman as well. But
What'd you do with Gabby on Valentine's Day? What did you take her?
we filmed some new stuff around that. Well, we never stop it.
There's the love affair is also a work affair. Okay. I don't know. I there's something to that. I mean, like Olympic gold medalists accomplishing like the heights, like sacrificing everything, like everything. The first 20, 30 years of your life for this silly little piece of metal. I think there's something beautiful to that. That's like inspires a lot of people, and that's like the height of the human condition in a way. Like
Well, if you survive, I'm just saying if you're on your deathbed early in life,
we all die. All men die, but not all men truly live.
How many years are you willing to shave off for a gold medal?
That's a good question. How many? How many are you willing to shave off for a gold medal? Well, you're for a silver medal.
I mean, for a silver medal, I'd shave a few.
I think 2 silvers makes it gold.
Before 5 years?
5 to 10, maybe, yeah. Shave off the bad years, enhance the good ones.
Well, I mean, you've sacrificed. You guys sacrificed a lot of your life. You continue to sacrifice. Oh, you don't see the sacrifice.
It's fun. I think training's fun, being a bit adamant about it, consistent. Gives you, I think we have a great routine, great ritual. Definitely enjoy the process.
All right. Well, do you guys know this is bro science, or I'm talking bro scientists, but do you know how long steroids stay in your system?
Forever. Hey, once you do it, you own it.
Yeah. Just the knowledge. Yeah.
I think it's different for each steroid, right? I think some of them last longer than others. Depends if it's a urine.
You would think I would do a little research before this question. Why do you think most athletes and coaches don't talk about steroids? Like, why is it such a secret? Why is it so embarrassing?
I think they probably talk about it like amongst the team and whatnot. Again, I mean, it's going to be more shady if it's like your sport is tested or not. We're kind of in the Wild West in the grappling world. You know?
Yeah, but why don't grapplers talk about it? Because it seems cheating.
It's kind of insinuated as a bit of cheating, even if it's not like if it's not tested. I mean, still you're taking a person that could maybe has good jiu-jitsu, good mechanics. You put them on the leg, and they're something with a heel hook versus breaking your leg with a heel hook. Something as subtle
this is going to make me sound dumb, but is it possible that steroids are not a huge help in grappling?
I think if you're bad at jujitsu and you do steroids, you're going to continue to be bad at jujitsu. But if you're great at gear, if you're great at grappling, if you're great at grappling and then you also do gear, it's going to enhance what you're already, good at and make you much better.
But like, how much is the enhancement? I guess that's the question.
How much is muscle value?
Right.
Like if
that's
you're
the question.
If you're doing gear and you're not changing weight that much, like maybe it helps you a little bit. But if you're gaining 50, 60 pounds of pure muscle, it's like that's
Does muscle a small human? Yeah. Does muscle matter in jiu-jitsu? I guess is the question. Is it possible that it gets in the way?
I'd say muscle matters, but technique matters more.
I also think that it'll help you develop technique as well, because obviously, testosterone helps with recovery rate. So if you're on gear, you're able to train a lot more. Now, that being said, if you're not able to learn, obviously it's not going to help in that aspect. But if you're somebody that knows how to learn and get good at jiu-jitsu, and then you add gear on top of that, you're able to do significantly more sessions throughout.
Okay. And by the way, gear is steroids.
I also think that you don't have to be as consistent in like your sleep and your food and stuff. Like if you're on gear, you have a little bit of leeway. But I mean, being consistent in your diet and your sleep definitely would help.
Since you use most steroids of any athlete I've ever met, do you think steroids help jiu-jitsu?
I think obviously it helps recovery and your ability to train more, but I think I've seen some guys go on steroids and then suddenly they feel like the Incredible Hulk, and now in the training room they start to rely more on strength than the techniques they had, and it actually, in some respect, hinders them and makes them gas more in competition because then they're using more of the muscle they never used that.
So you've implied that you're a natural athlete. Is this something you do for social media to talk shit to Gordon?
Well,
I think he's not a natural athlete.
Well, I only pretty much recently on social media I had this rebuttal, saying that Gordon's on gear, and I only said that because after our match in our most recent match, the EBI rules match, he accused me of greasing, which is like lubing up so I'm slippery during our match. So
and you did not.
I did not. I was checked multiple times before and after our grappling event. And he still, went out and accused me of this. So I was like, all right, as opposed to telling a lie, I'll just tell the truth about, your steroid use, which it shouldn't be that big of a deal in retrospect because he kind of admitted it and whatnot previously. So it's, I just kind of felt like I had the rebuttal, and I didn't do it immediately because I was like, all right, I know I have this podcast planned, so I'll wait to do it on my friend Mark Bell's podcast. Be a little get a little bit more exposure on it, and. I knew he was gonna fight the bait, but I didn't think he was gonna, fight the bait that hard. I know he's a little stressed out about the comment, but
and that was the origin of you guys go back and forth.
Well, it wasn't so much back and forth. It was just I went forth and then he kept going back. Like I remember one of my guys, the Envy, and they were like, Gordon's made like 68 Instagram stories, and 67 of them were all about you. I was like, all right, well, I'm in his head for sure. We did get followers. He even shouted out our BT White Belt program. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of which, what's the B team? How's it run? And why is it called the B team?
Craig,
was the A team?
I would have been. For me, B is for best.
Okay. Best. All right. What does B stand for you? What does it represent? What is the ideal, like, Miyamoto Musashi philosophical foundation of
Aim low and achieve.
If the bar is set low,
Come on, let me join.
Okay, that's Nikki's philosophy with women.
Let me join, big dog.
Set the bar incredibly low, overachieve.
So what is the D team? How do you guys run it? Like what? Can you just talk about the school, how you found it? What is it? What's it like?
Not in million years.
Pretty much just a regular jiu-jitsu gym. We started it as sort of a pros only, purple belt above team, and we have me, Nicky Ryan, Ethan, Damien as coaches, and I'm missing someone.
Your memory
JB.
is your old age.
Impeccable memory, yeah. And we got JB coming on to teach wipeouts. But just your stock standard jiu-jitsu team. We focus on more. We lean heavily towards the professional.
You know,
athlete side of things. We have a
the
lot of,
stake is
high-level guys in
different.
that. Yeah, class structure, regular instruction, positional sparring, open rounds. But we sort of took a heavy slant on marketing.
That's a very good point.
We really
Stake
try to
is
blow up the
different.
YouTube channel. Obviously, we sell a lot of clothing, merchandise, and stuff. So yeah,
No
we
way.
just sort of took a modern approach to a standard jiu-jitsu gym. Because I mean, jiu-jitsu gyms are full of some of the most boring human beings on earth. So we try to highlight
Strong words, guys. Strong words.
highlight the other side of things. You know, keep it pretty lighthearted.
It can be fun.
Yeah, the jiu-jitsu can be fun. I guess that it can be cool too. You know, it's not
Wouldn't
just
that be
full of
something?
steroided up autistic people. You know.
Question from Reddit. Quote, need to hear
Wouldn't
some
that
of the
be
stories
something,
about
kids?
drop-ins that led to the making of the gem of a video, the do's and don'ts of training a BJ. Any fun stories?
Any ones that stand out? Do you guys remember any?
Police involved ever?
We had a guy come in, we had to kick him out. He was stalking two of the members. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just crazy, people. You know, like, I portray a pretty insane image online. And I guess
No
I am
way.
that a lot of the time, but at training, try to keep it while training.
There are tons
Around
of people
training, I'm
in here.
insulting everyone, but while training, I try to keep it pretty serious. But obviously, the image I portray lures in some of the crazier members.
I mean, like, the thing is about the gym you guys run is it's really professional. It's like
You'll
friendly.
improve it.
Like,
To prove
the
anything.
lighthearted joking is there, obviously.
Huh.
You know, like shit talk and all that kind of stuff. But like,
No
it's
way.
a pretty safe environment.
Yeah,
But the public persona might attract
some maniacs. I won't say which place I've trained, but there's obviously some places you walk into the room and it's very, very serious.
Yeah.
There's no smiles around. Obviously, it's pretty average training room in Russia, but no smiles. Very serious environment. You know what I mean? And I definitely don't like that. I don't want to show up to training and be walking on eggshells, not know what the coach's mood's like that day. I want to go in and have a good time. Keep it lighthearted.
What was in the video? What are the do's and don'ts? It's like the address is public. Like anyone can show up.
Anyone can show up. Yeah, what was the do's and don'ts?
Does anyone challenge you like to fight?
No. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, probably from other gyms in town, that's probably coming down the line. But do's and don'ts.
I'm all in on that. I would be excited as a fan to just watch.
I love the drama.
Not the drama, no. Well, a little drama, a little drop of poison is good. But ultimately, it's the best grapplers in the world. Kind of going at it, yeah, to have fun. Because maybe I'm wrong, but I think there is an underlying deep camaraderie at the end of the day when you're like at the top of the world, and you're like in the same town.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's like a shitty western, but like an epic western, like Clint Eastwood, like the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, I love it. I'm here just eating popcorn like that.
You're in the pot.
I'm not staring the pot. I'm not staring the pot. That one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong if you're the world's best grappler that hates you and you're gently provoking him behind the scenes every day? Well, I mean, sure. And you've stolen his brother, held him for ransom.
It is like a story of a shitty western, I think. You now allow white belts to train with you. What's it like to open it up to a bigger audience?
We haven't opened it up yet, but it'd be interesting to see. I mean, I feel like your higher belts, they really understand what the training room is. You know what I mean? White belts early, they're trying to find their place in the gym. Can be kind of awkward and stuff in that environment. So I think obviously those white belts coming in will change the dynamic. But the white belts,
Bitch. Did you know Discord is almost called Wyvern? Before we picked our name, not too proud of that one. Wyvern. I think it's the greatest fucking name I've ever heard.
The more advanced classes will obviously
Wyvern.
teaching more advanced techniques. So yeah, we've separated a white belt program at 6 p.m.
Yeah, but Twitch is the worst
one.
one.
Saturday one as well.
Twitch does not sound like an
How
attractive
it goes.
name.
We're trying to do things different.
What would you call it? If you had to,
Trying to do
I'd just call it badge.
traditional
Hey, the badge,
We're
yeah.
not going to teach beginners wrestling at all. We're trying to
Volkswagen
split it at
Automotive
least
Group.
33% top game, bottom game, and wrestling. So at least create more well-rounded athletes from day one. Whereas I feel like most traditional jiu-jitsu gyms might have no-gi once a week. They don't touch wrestling. Very IBJJ have heavy techniques. But again, the sport's changing for sure.
Just to take that on, how does a beginner get good at jiu-jitsu? Like, given that you're starting this white belt, what's your philosophy on that?
Obviously, buy all of my instructional at full price.
Yeah.
Not doing a sale. That would go a long way.
For those of you who are Russians, I'll send you instructions for all the forms so you know how to steal it.
Yeah,
I'll share. I bought them all, so I'll just send it to you.
we do have the Mac and Show 50 discount code, you know.
Yeah.
Offering discounts to help them
This
out
is
for the
this
rematch.
one's too big.
Buy Main Kong City or whatever.
Well, I
What's
got
it?
100% discount.
Quizon, I still love you.
But that's your instructional. I'll go hilarious and good. One of the most respected instructional. With incredibly great games.
Come on, you little
Yeah,
bitch.
it loses me saddles, honestly, due to removing the seriousness.
Stop
Also, they
streaming.
think it's gonna kind of suck. It's gonna be some
Leave
funny,
activity.
gimmicky thing.
Oh, I mean, some
Stay
people don't even
extreme
know
call.
if it's a real product.
Oh, that's
That's
its
a big
thing.
hurdle I have to overcome is they see
Let
it
me
and
in
they're
this bitch.
like, is that a real thing? That's a problem. But how does the wipeout get good? I think they just have to show up. Just have to put in the effort. Try to focus on using techniques and training rather than just fighting to the death. You know. Although that is entertaining for us to watch.
Bitch, I'm gonna be the first person in this
what are the
motherfucker.
techniques you should focus on? Like, what's the
And I'm gonna
process
live in
to
it.
Show up, like how much drilling, all that kind of stuff. Like, what if you were to optimize the first 6 months of the beginner? There's a lot of people who listen to this and haven't tried. They've been curious. I have a lot of friends over who are like just too curious. They're constantly looking for an excuse to start.
I think it's just got to be as simple as possible. You know, like we should be teaching more advanced movements. I mean, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, there's highly advanced techniques and then there's slightly advanced. And I think trying to teach those guys real specific positions, even like real specific types of guard, is just beyond them. I think the best way to learn is through problem solving. And I think if you show the technique before they discover that problem, the learning is sort of held back. So I like the idea of using kids style games to show them a problem and then use the techniques to fix problems they've just discovered. I think that's the best way to learn.
Can you give an example of a problem?
What is
Show
this
them
bullshit?
before you use techniques? Like, what are we talking about?
Right, so say you
So
wanted to teach,
fucking stupid.
posture in wrestling. You could create a game where one guy, the game might be get to a leg or get to 2 legs, control the legs, like super simple. But the rules, the constraint would be one guy
This
is
takes
forced
forever.
to keep an upright posture, and one guy is forced, well not forced, but he's allowed to keep a bent to the
Set
hips,
time zone.
lower posture, and obviously within that
Set
constraint,
time. Dog,
the guy with
hurry
the better
up.
posture
Time zone
is going
Pacific.
to
I
have
gotta
more
take a
success.
shit.
He's going to have
Do
a
you?
better posture to secure
No, I just want
the
this
leg
to
or secure
go.
both legs, and therefore you
I can't
demonstrated
believe
the
how long
cause
this is
of
taking me.
bad posture without having to
To
explain it
fucking
to them
finally
before
find
they've
this
tested
thing.
that out.
And
Okay,
some
and the result
motherfucker
of
who
that,
likes to
you realize
bet.
that the defensive posture is better.
Yeah, you have that aha moment rather than just being
Evaluate that shit.
having it spoken to.
You wrote.
I'm gonna
Greg,
get in there.
I'm a big fan of
Set
constraint-based
time
learning,
automatically.
and this is what you're talking about. I love presenting beginners with a problem before the solution. Like
Oh, the good stuff. I think of fucking Frosty every fucking time I hear that.
Got out.
Okay,
Address
record.
issue by issue. Cross-base and hip control and so on. Okay. So what are some other examples like side control?
Yeah, that would be an excellent one. Side control. Like teacher, like obviously we say, oh, you secure a crossface so they can't turn into you.
Is it
It's
working?
much easier to have them try to hold someone down without explaining what a crossface is, and then use that technique to address the problem they've just encountered. So I think you could do that with a lot.
We need some motherfucker to leave.
Like even more advanced, say 50-50, obviously a mirrored
How
position.
many people are in
You
this
both
bitch?
have access to each other's heels. Most people stall out of that position and keep their feet crossed. I think a great constraint for both of them, you can't cross your feet.
These fuckers.
Now you have to learn how to
Guilty until proven.
slip
What
the
is all
heel
this?
hook when they expose it,
Why are they
and
locked?
how to safely re-attack of your own. So the constraint is you can't be too defensive in that
Oh,
position. I think the rate of learning increases.
Why do you think the rate of learning increases? Like, why do you think that works?
Because you encounter more problems. Say in that situation,
Oh,
they're
there are
going to
a
get
lot
you
of
heal a lot
people in
more
here.
in whatever
Why are they
period of
all
time
fucking
you
locked?
allocate the drill for than if the legs are crossed. I don't think the hard part's splitting the legs to get to the submission. I think the hard part's practicing control while they're trying to slip it at a later stage, and then obviously trying to slip your heel when you're in more danger, so it makes you more comfortable.
There are so
in
many
that
people in
position.
this fucking
You're used
thing.
to doing it with open legs.
I've never
Yeah, I
seen
think
something
that
so
probably
like
that
this.
style of teaching forces people to focus on.
Holy shit.
It's so easy to fall into focusing on like memorizing the particular details of a technique without thinking of why the hell does this even work.
Holy
If you
shit.
don't have that, you could get to focus on like as cliche as it sounds, first principles, like why the hell
I really
How
like
the hell
that
do I
song.
get out of this? Like, why does this
Holy
even work? Why
shit.
does wrestling work? Why do you have a bento and
Oh
you get those like
my.
start to ask those kinds of questions.
Oh, because Eddie's
Which
in
is kind
there.
of interesting because it's not obvious to me that bento and posture
Is that why?
is the right posture for jiu-jitsu, right?
Oh
I'm confused
my
actually about
god.
that. I don't know.
About the correct
I've
posture.
never
Yeah,
seen
for
anything
jiu-jitsu.
like this.
Like, what's the right answer?
There's no way
I
I'm
think
getting
bento
in.
posture is still good for jiu-jitsu.
Even
Dude,
with the judo
I can't get
and all
into
that.
any call.
Like, why are so many jiu-jitsu people like at a high level?
I've never seen a
the
fucking thing
posture
so
high
good.
up.
Well, I think wrestling posture is a bit too low because it's not
Star
necessary.
Merge
Right?
Valley.
Wrestlers are like
Yo, no,
low
get
enough
me
to the
out
ground
of
where
this.
your hands can touch the mat. But in jiu-jitsu, it's kind of a mix between like wrestling and like.
Dude, if it
judo
asked me that,
or
fuck you,
grapple
don't show this
wrestling.
again.
So,
How many fucking times do I have to
it's
press
just a
this?
bit more relaxed and it's bent over, but it's not upright, and it's also not super low.
A bit more room for error too, because obviously the jiu-jitsu guy shot.
I've never
He's going
seen
to be as
anything so
athletic or as
good.
quick as a wrestler, especially a wrestler shoot.
So it actually comes down to the
It's like
fact
the
that
whole
jiu-jitsu
thing is
people just on the average,
fucking
even at
jammed.
the top level, are not good at shooting.
47?
I think so. Yeah, I think
47 is the most?
all the wrestlers in American stuff, they're starting
Let me in.
super early, super young. You know what I mean? They by the time they get to the same age we are, really, in our sport and stuff, they
Dog.
spend much longer doing the actual
What
sport
is?
than the average jiu-jitsu guy.
And then there's another level of wrestling, of course, with the Soviet bloc. That's just
What are the rules? What is
Who
this?
knew an
Public
Australian
don't get
rugby,
scammed.
a former rugby player,
Oh
is
shit.
that kinda like
There's
American
one available.
football, but
much less money. Is that what that is?
much less money,
Ah,
much tougher, I would say.
I just
But
missed it.
who knew that the cure to the Dagestani wrestling were the Aussies?
With the Aussies? Okay, let's go there. Your friend, your training partner, Alexander Volkanovski, you helped to prepare for the Islam Makhachev versus Volkanovski fight. Who do you think, first of all, won that fight?
That's a tricky one.
How is that the tricky question?
I will say when I
All
was
the shit talk you've been doing, how is that the tricky question?
when I was in the corner going into the fifth, I personally believed live that Volkanovski probably needed a finish to take the victory.
Dog, what are the rules? What is
Or
this?
you like legit?
Is this just like Eddie's
It's great
playpen?
The judging, who knows? Plus, I was like, wait, we're in Australia, where's this fight? You know, there's some Australian judges here.
Rules.
I was really hoping we'd give it a bias on that.
What are the rules?
Unfortunately not. Hopefully they lose
Don't
their job.
spam.
But
Okay.
yeah, it was a close fight. I think sometimes you're blinded in the moment because again,
Whereas,
everyone counted Volkanovski out. The crowd's behind him. So everything he does is going to get a huge cheer. You're biased towards the smaller guy. You're biased towards the underdog. So you sort of, whatever the underdog does has a bigger impact in your mind. And sometimes that can bias as the fight goes along. But yeah, super, super close fight. I would really love them
no
to
discussion
have
of
a rematch.
streamers.
But obviously that's going to hold up both divisions. So I don't know if they'll be able to do it.
Do you think that was a rematch too? I mean, that was an epic fight.
Dog,
This seems
stop.
like companion during
They
it.
all thought
And so they biased strongly the opinion.
round two was the tricky one. Round two was the tricky one.
Anyway, I'd love to see that run it back and do 3. Actually, there's an epic fight. What was the brief conversation you had with Islam Makhachev?
What are they saying?
I didn't know how he would take it because obviously Khabib tried the flying eagle kick Dylan Dennis in the face. So I wasn't sure how my humor would go. But I mean, Dylan must have said some worse things to me. I was just playing around. I mean, you can't really take anything I say serious. Yeah, come across like an idiot. But so when he was coming up to me afterwards, I was like, oh, I don't know what he's going to say. And again, maybe he would have been more upset if he had lost, but he just received the judge's decision. Yeah. But he came up, I went to shake his hand, he gave me a big hug, and then pretended to throw me. And then I thought the interaction was over, and then he circled back. So that's why I was so awkward. I was like, oh, he's coming back. He wants to say, he wants something else. But he just said, why didn't you teach your boy how to escape the body triangle?
Oh, wow, interesting. What did you say to that?
I said, well, I mean,
How you living,
How
Pimp?
to finish a rear naked choke.
Is that what you said?
I was laughing. But then they ushered us out. They were like, get out of here before the Aussie crowd attacks you.
What do you think about the body triangle?
I got it.
It seemed like
What the fuck is this?
It was almost like Volk was like dominant in that position, which is kind of weird.
I mean, damage is meant to trump control. MMA judging. Damage is the number one.
But do you think the judges saw that? What did they score that as?
I think they all scored 4 towards Islam.
Yeah.
3 and 5, 2 of the judges scored towards Volks. One of the judges scored 3 for Islam. It was 49-46 for one of them, and the other ones were 48-47. I think again, the confusing round was round 2. I don't think anyone scored body triangle round for Volks, which I wish they had.
Volkanovski was and is still arguably pound for pound greatest fighter in the world. How long have you known him?
I don't know the first time. I met him before he was in the UFC. When I used to live in Melbourne, he came down to train at Absolute.
Yeah.
And then we really connected on Ultimate Fighter. One of his guys who was going to bring to Ultimate Fighter, Brad Riddell, pulled out last second. So he called me when I was in Puerto Rico, and he's like, "Do you want to coach on Tough for 5 weeks?" And like I said, Puerto Rico was apocalypse now. I was like, "Yeah, get me out of here." So I jumped on that opportunity, and we were in Vegas 5 weeks together. Because he was meant to fight Ortega, and then he got hit with COVID real bad. Got stuck in, I think he was in hospital for maybe 1 to 2 weeks. And then before he flew back to Australia, they were like, "All right, maybe we just do you guys as the Ultimate Fighter coaches." So I jumped on board with that. And that's really when we've become close. Yeah. Obviously, I was used to when he Ortega fight, helped him get out of submissions. He fought then Korean zombie Max Holloway. I basically just held the bucket at that point in the corner, a couple of striking fights. And then again, we had to tackle the Islam problem. So I did spend 5 to 6 weeks down there preparing for that.
How did you tackle the Islam problem? Was you, somebody who barely knows anything about wrestling, having to
obviously doesn't take much, especially wrestling.
Did the beard help? Or in all seriousness, what were some of the key ideas that you worked on with Volkanovski to prepare for it?
I had the help of Frank Hickman. Hickman was down there too, one of the Hickman brothers wrestling coach. So we were sort of like problem solving. And I mean, basically, we were confident in Volk's fence wrestling, his cage work. He's super good on the cage, super under-respected in that position. And we knew that if we were able to take the scrambles to the cage, he would be effective against Islam. Because again, Islam is background in Sambo freestyle wrestling, but I mean, honestly, he's probably got the same experience on the cage as well. Obviously, some of those wrestling skills will translate very well to the cage, but the cage is still somewhat of a gray area equalizer. And Volk's, again, incredible ability to stand up, incredible defense on the cage, which you saw. We worked on strategies to get up and a ton of submission defense. Islam loves Kimuras, obviously rear neck from the back, arm bars, those are sort of, and arm triangles, dominant submissions. But again, the guys he submitted,
Don't kick me out.
not grapplers. Apart from Charles Oliveira. And again, Charles Oliveira was basically knocked out at that point, so it was still impressive. He submitted him, but again, I always told people this, they thought it was crazy. I was like, Charles Oliveira versus Islam in a grappling match, Oliveira is going to win that match.
Like submission grappling.
Submission grappling, yeah. So if you were grappling skill set, I think Oliveira is a more dangerous grappler. So we didn't even come into it thinking Islam was this unstoppable boogeyman that people make him out to be. So we approached it from that, just focused on the technique, ability to get back up, using turtle to get back up, using turtle to scoot to the cage to get back up, and hand fighting from there, keeping it pretty safe. But what makes Volk so special, I think, is gas tank and his willpower. He's just unbreakable. The Dagestani guys, Khabib, Islam, they are good at submission, but they break guys mentally and they fatigue him, and then they take the
What is it? Don't tell me it's
Oliveira's
just
a guy that can jump on submission,
once a week
have an
thing.
incredible technical ability to finish those submissions, whether you're fresh or you're tired. And then you combine that with Volkanovski's incredible willpower. Never gets tired. You're never going to break him. And as you saw, he only attempted one submission the whole fight.
Is that learned? Is that trained? Or you just born with that mental toughness?
It's a good question. I mean, he's like an anomaly. Like, the entire fight camp, not nervous at all. Supremely confident. The whole fight week, completely confident. He just has an attitude like, oh, everyone counts me out, we'll see. You know what I mean? Islam, he's like, let's see, no doubt at all. Super relaxed. Up to about 5 minutes before, and then he starts dancing himself up. He's like, you are not taking this belt from my family. He gets into that sort of mindset.
He says that out loud.
You can't teach that survival you didn't go take a fight.
Have you guys ever been like pushed to the limit like that, or broken in the grappling match?
I'll do it in practice. Like I'll push myself to like, I think I might pass out or die or something. Like as far as like how tired you get, you know, because like in a match,
You try not to ever get close to that.
yeah, you try to because you know it's important to understand where your exhaustion point is. But yeah, if you have to push to that limit in a match, you're probably just doing something wrong. You know, like you see in matches where guys sprint the last like minute, you try to win the match the last minute, and it's like you definitely had some mistakes leading up to that. You have to kind of go long so long.
Okay. But has there been ever times in competitions, especially like early on, because you wrestle pretty hard, the wrestling's pretty exhausting. Like not wrestling, but wrestling style kind of thing. Going against the best people in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, again, I think in practice it's important to do that hard work. That where competition is much easier. You know, I think if you redline in practice and you really push to like death's door, then once you're in competition and you're working with, you're being fresh.
There he is. How you living, Frosty?
Have you ever been to that thing with gang game?
I think about you so fucking much now. The fact that all you did literally was say all the good stuff. That's such an American thing. Or like, that's America. Because they play that fucking advertisement all the time. Immediately when I fucking hear it, I think of you. I'm telling you this. I might think about you 35 fucking times a day. Normally, I might think about you 3 or 4. Legitimately, like, oh, I wonder how he's doing. Or, I hope everything's okay with his family. That, like, good stuff. But then that fucking, the good stuff kind of thing has come up now. And it might be 50 times a day because I always keep the radio on. So you should know by just saying that, you're going to live in my head rent-free, Frosty.
No, man. I don't want to. I get kind of cranky about stuff like this because I don't want to be a stranger to you. So consider you as a friend to me as well.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. Frosty. Okay, so guess what? Nothing major, but kind of. This is, I think, a good thing. Okay, so you know what kick is, right? Well, firstly, let me ask you, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm playing too much model online too.
Of course you are, man. Of course you are.
It's the game so serious. It's like it takes up your entire life pretty much. It's like you're having a long poison.
Of course you are. All right. So do you know what kick is?
Yeah, I do know what kick is. Of course I know what kick is.
Okay, excellent. All right. So if you don't know, for like 8 months, I've been spamming kick every single day, every single minute of every day, just about, with robots. And initially, no one. Well, let me say first. I shouldn't say that. When I first started, I started streaming on Kick. But my thing is not I'm the best streamer ever, though I am. It's more like I have more content than any person. Like I'm not the best looking dude ever, but perhaps I'm not the funniest guy ever, but perhaps I'm. But I have more content. So you want to watch me here, you want to watch me there, you want to watch me anywhere. That's my thing. It's about data to me. Well, on Kick, like more than a year ago, people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, the cryptocurrency that sponsors me, they told me, hey, you should stream on Kick. And I did, but I just didn't get a lot of reaction from anyone. So I started again this year, streaming on Kick. And my thing was, like, I don't want to just stream with one account. I want to stream with all my devices going. So that's sometimes like 8 different devices. Well, Kick doesn't like you to do that. Kick wants you to just stream with one account. Why? Because if you stream with a whole bunch of accounts, everybody's going to do that, and it's going to make their bills much higher and everything for servers and everything. So they basically made it so that I could only stream with one account. All right, so I would stream with one account, and my big thing is about the archiving of the footage. That's what's important to me. So for a platform to be like, oh, we only save your footage for 30 days, that's not good enough for me. I want you to save it indefinitely. Basically, I want people to watch this 100 years from now, perhaps. And maybe the website isn't still going, but somewhere it's archived. Well, Kick, because it's very expensive to archive data, if you don't own the servers and you just are renting, Kick only save your stuff for 30 days. So what I ended up doing was being like, you know what, I'll sacrifice Kick for the ability to spam everybody on Kick. And, maybe people will find out about me that way. And they did. I became the most famous person who even used Kick because my bots are always in. So, like, you name the biggest people on Kick, like Aiden Ross. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. Like, people like Amaranth. I've spoken with Amaranth. I mean, like, she knows who I am. Any of them. Ice Beside, they all know who I am. And that's great. But I'm not able to stream on there anymore because I violated their terms and conditions. But that's cool. I could give a shit about Kick. I know, though, that basically, if I were to just have keep streaming on Kick, no one would still know about me. Why? Because I would only have like 0 or 1 or 2, 3 people watching me at a given time. And in order to really be seen, you have to bot yourself. And I just don't have the ability to bot myself to have 10,000 people watching me at once. It's very expensive, and I just don't do that. All right. So what else? What I was doing something else too, which I would be in Discords, and I would just randomly be in Discords. Oh yeah, of course you know what Kick is. That you met me through X Straight Savage, and shout out to X Straight Savage.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's how I found your Discord.
exactly.
One more thing, but like,
Sure.
what do you plan on doing? Like, okay, fine. Like, I mean, stuff that you believe in and everything, like whatever you want to convey to people. But are you looking to like make some money off your live streaming, or is that already happening, or what exactly?
I make a little bit. I make a little bit of money, but nothing crazy. I mean, very very small amounts, and I don't even try.
Yeah, that's it.
They just give me money to just keep my cameras going. At least on Rumble, not a lot. It's like pennies, but it's something. Which tells me like, hey, if I have more people watching me, then it could actually be something. But really, I personally don't want to ever charge for my data. I want people to be able to watch it for free. I want some kid who is in a developing nation who somehow gets access to the internet to know that they can go to my content and never have to pay for it. That's my thing. I don't want people. I want to be able to give this my gift to the world, and so I don't want to put it behind paywalls or anything like that. All right, so and the reason why is because it's really my gift to the world. I don't feel that we should control information from people because when we do, then you create a class system, and I don't like that. I want everyone to have this equal access to it. All right, but how am I going to make money off of it? Well, when people find out that what I'm doing, hey, you've been live for 3.5 years now, 24/7, 365 from all these different angles. Hey, wear a T-shirt that says Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Dr. Pepper, and we'll give you $1 million just to do that because you're on camera so much. Or like the people with Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10 Inu. Hey, just have our brand there because you're on camera so much. It's very smart to just do endorsements from people and to give away the content.
Yeah.
And just because I'm on camera so
Very
much.
interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, very interesting. I find it very interesting. I
Excellent.
just want to know, like, so I'm starting to understand what's going on though. But yeah, I think you should totally start controlling things and stuff. Like, whatever you're good at, just start getting people into the show, and maybe you can like get some Hollywood fame or something.
Perhaps that takes money, and at this point, that's difficult for me to do. However, something happened not too long ago, like I don't know, 30 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm getting to that. So basically, Kick has a policy that you can't create alternative accounts or you get banned. Well, I had a really interesting strategy. Basically, I had my main account, and then I created a bunch of other accounts, but I didn't mess with my main account. Well, eventually, Kick just came out and took out all my accounts and said, look, you're spamming everybody. You're not allowed to do that. I'm like, okay, fine. Hey, that's interesting that camera went down. Just for a moment. I don't know why it did. It should come back in a second. Um, all right, and I started doing interviews with people from Kick that were big influencers that they had. One with Sam Bond, one with another influencer named Ori, and one of my interviews got the attention of the owner of Kick, which his name is Eddie. Do you know Eddie from Kick?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I don't know him, but
Excellent. So
yeah,
so I had been in the Kick Discord, and I had sent Eddie a friend request a long time ago, and I didn't think anything of it because whether you want to accept my friend request or whatever, I'm not losing sleep over it. Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Who cares? But after I did this one interview with Ori, the I got him to accept my friend request, which is really interesting. And I was very, very positive about him, and I really mean this. I mean, if he were here right now, I would tell him that I think that he's like the next generation of tech. He's already a billionaire, but like mega billionaire. He's really gonna. He's very accessible. I mean, he's here on my phone right now doing a doing a there we go doing a like an Ask Me Anything, and he does it every week, which a lot of CEOs don't do. All right, but the thing is, because I spam Kick so much, let me just change this around. Because I spam Kick so much, they didn't want me. They didn't want me in their Discord, which is fine, and I understand because I violated the terms of the Discord. However, and that was fine. And I really think that the Discord of Kick could be like their central hub, like their main street, where all of their creators are there and they could talk to each other and do all kinds of things. And I don't understand why they don't promote it that way. But nevertheless, I got kicked out of their Discord. It's not the first Discord from which I've been banned. It likely won't be the last one. All right. Well, just recently I was in Eddie's Kick stream, and I noticed somebody pasted a Discord link, and this is a different Discord. And I don't really know how Eddie made all his money, but he makes more money on Stake, the gambling website, than he does on Kick. Kick, I don't think makes much money at all, but Stake does. And I didn't think about it, but Stake's got a Discord as well. So I click on the link. I've never seen more people in a Discord in my entire life. I mean, not from a population wise. Like there are some Discords, like the biggest Discord, Midjourney, and those have huge amounts of people. This one has like 38,000 people, but you could not get a seat in any of the rooms. Every single 40 people, 40 people, 40 people, 40 people, 40 people. It was unbelievable. So I'm like, wow, if I could get into one of these rooms and just sit there, people will click on my profile and they'll see what I'm doing. And these are also, I don't want to say high net worth individuals, but if you're gambling on the internet, you gotta have some skin in the game somehow. It's not like you're just like I'm in another Discord that I love, the camp, which they're amazing people, but they're like 18, 19, 20-year-old students. They can't change your life. But these gamblers can, and especially people who like to gamble. They're people who they'll click on your stuff and be like, "Hey, what's going on here?"
Anyone like since COVID and stuff, I think a lot of people have started just like you and me with like calling like slowly little, but like you know me, just probably like making it through and stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that yeah, if you want to move your like leadership over, I suggest like getting proximally close to like people because you don't have to always appear as like a like they won't think you're trolling or anything. Maybe if you kind of like brand it, just like put your whole thing in like a pretend wrapping paper, let's say, and start surveying up to like different places. I mean, it could get there, there, but I think about like I don't know. It's just a question. The thing with me is I'm good at academics, so I can kind of move my chip around that area. You know?
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm basically marketing myself, And the way that I can market myself the best is to get into big Discords where people, all they have to do is click on my profile and they'll see all the different accounts that I have, which is impressive. And they'll see that I'm live on YouTube and that I have my own Discord, and they'll just get curious and start clicking around on it. That's my goal. So, I noticed that this Discord for steak is huge. It's I've never seen a Discord where you can't get into any of the calls. There goes Frosty.
All right. Well, somebody's got to be excited about this, like I am.
He just bounced.
Oh, that is so fucking cool.
Where did Frosty go? What is my thing? Are you gonna get famous here? Yeah, if I don't get kicked out.
What the fuck? Well, dude, why did it go down so much?
I was thinking about 8, but I changed my choice and I end up to the previous guy because he took right everything out of it. So, and I think any game. No limit. Yeah, right. What do you mean about guaranteed multipliers? Basically, there's games out there where you basically buy the bonus and it will pay you a hit. Okay. I know you
I like how this one's just paused. What do you think of the name Kick? Very good. It's just confusing with the other one. How about Steak? Also very good. I like his logo. Looks like Sharpie. What would you say to Eddie if you saw him right now? Dog, just retweet my shit and we will go viral. Really?
I'd be very positive towards him. I think what the fuck? That'd be cool. Period. Story. Period. Bro. Cool story, bro. What the fuck does that mean?
About what are they talking? That's hilarious.
Come back at me, bro. Look how many fucking people are in here. It's just incredible. I wonder why it was like impossible to get in. Now it's a little easier. It's not that much easier. We have fucking there's life in us yet, kids.
Place where you can't get off of that. Like, would you training when you can't get off the mat. I think he says he's failed at that in his career. He was always able to at least crawl off the mat.
Yeah, I definitely never like actually died on the mat. I felt like I was gonna die, you know.
What about you? Do you quit all the time?
I get a light cramp. I'm like, you know what, you dumb me, man. Let's do this again tomorrow.
Dude, if I'm next to Craig for a roll, he's in the back.
Do you see the value of pushing yourself like to that place where you're knocking at that?
Yeah, but within safety, you know, because obviously the most serious injuries occur when you're tired, overtraining, stuff like that. So I think like taking a page out of what those MMA fighters do, especially Volks with his training, like he's not necessarily pushing crazy in each round, but he's doing extra conditioning, assault bike stuff, crazy workouts outside. And he does do some crazy training workouts, but all safe, very safe. Like when he's redlining like that in the training room, it's a very controlled, safe setting. I think to do that in jiu-jitsu against some of these lunatics out there that are trying to kill you, especially when you have a name, can be dangerous.
So your approach to jiu-jitsu is don't warm up and don't try too hard. For safety,
yeah.
no, for safety.
Yeah, longevity.
And talk shit to about Russians. I got it. I hear you. Oh, you mentioned cage work. What's interesting to you that you've learned over all this time about cage work? What's interesting about the dynamics of that? Are you talking about both like the control in the dominant position, but also getting up from the bottom while you're against the cage, all that?
The added dimension of that cage, that wall being there, changes a lot of stuff, right? So obviously, in some ways, it's a much lower impact wrestling style because you can't be slowed up. You can shoot, the cage is going to block their feet, you're going to be able to chase down their hips. It's just a completely different fight. And again, because of Islam's judo skills, that upper body control you see he's able to use against the cage, like the inside trips, sort of the Uchimata style, Goshi throws. So obviously those skills do translate. But yeah, I think the cage is a great equalizer for a lot of things like athleticism and stuff. It takes away a huge speed advantage aspect of the fight.
So he's really good at standing up. What is there? I assume he learned all of that from you and your instructional just stand up.
I mean, we were so confident. I was like, you know what? Why don't we put this thing out a month before the fight? Yeah. Maybe the illegal download hasn't made its way to Russia yet, but it was there for him.
Can you explain to me what's in the instructional just stand up? Like, what are the ideas?
I mean, the old school way to stand up, people talk about the technical get up, you know, the old Gracie, you put the hand, but I mean, that doesn't work, hasn't worked for 20 years, you know. If you look at everyone that gets up in MMA, they're using turtle to get up, they're using wrestling to get up, you know what I mean? Yeah, which is counter to what pure jiu-jitsu says. They say don't expose the back, don't ever expose your back. I think jiu-jitsu is a terrible way to get back to the feet because if you were to retain guard and go half guard or close guard, super hard positions to get up. You're basically putting yourself in a leg tuck for wrestling. So I think you need to borrow from wrestling to learn how to get up in an MMA fight. So basically how to safely expose your own back while not allowing them to get hooks and use that to get back up, or at least not allow them to get two hooks.
And that applies for MMA especially.
For MMA especially, because obviously striking is a factor, but if they are striking, they don't have locked hands around your body, means you are able to move. You are able to make an attempt to get back up. They have to choose between control, submission, or strike.
Post from Reddit. Why does Craig Jones push so hard for a bottom is bad jiu-jitsu? What is so bad about playing bottom guard, such as half guard or deli? So those are the two options.
No one likes the bottom.
Why would I want to get up? The question is the bottom a bad place to be?
I mean, the bottom's bad if you don't want that guy on top of you. That's the way I look at it. You know,
it sounds like something a cowboy would say, but I don't know if there's much meaning. I think the point of jiu-jitsu is both are dangerous, being on bottom and on top.
I think the longer the match is, probably favors the top guy more because every movement the bottom guy makes probably carrying your weight, carrying that gravity on top of you. So I think it's a bit more efficient passing from the top as opposed to sweeping the bottom.
Bottom's reactive. Top is active. The top player decides how to engage, how to approach the guard. They can use angles, they can use footwork, they can throw people, throw the leg spot. So it's an active position. Bottom's reactive. Reactive, you're going to get fatigued.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to gas somebody out while playing guard, but I think it's very easy to gas somebody out when attempting to pass it.
Well, you guys are talking about gassing people out, but is there more injuries from the bottom, like in terms of submissions and all that kind of stuff? Or not?
I'm back and forth because I'm a top player, but I understand the value of being a bottom. Like when I do play guard bottom, I feel like the submissions come much easier, and when I'm on top, they come also pretty easy. But maybe I just take a different route.
Talking about Cowboys, talking about shit. Stuff on the streets, put them in the streets.
What was the hardest part of the training for the training camp for Volkanovski? Like you just experienced a world class MMA fighters training, and given your approach of jiu-jitsu of not trying too hard, no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, there's a lot of pressure for that. You know, like that's a lot of pressure for me to go in and think that I could possibly figure out a way to help this guy address this guy that's basically never been beaten. I think he got knocked out once, but basically not really even been put in bad position. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of pressure on me, especially because Volkanovski's such a great guy. Jiu-jitsu's different, you know, like you coach a guy who loses, he has time to tap, but in MMA, he gets severely hurt. There's a lot more weight in what you need to do as a coach. You have a greater sense of responsibility to their health and well-being. You know, like obviously I know both kids, I know his wife, you know what I mean? They're putting faith in you to not just win the fight, but keep this man safe, you know? So from my perspective, a hell of a lot more pressure coaching him as an MMA fighter.
It's almost like the psychological aspect of like of doing the best you can for him.
Exactly, yeah.
What was the hardest about the actual training? Was it the technical aspect of trying to figure out the puzzle of Islam, or was it like being a good training partner in the like in figuring out how the grappling would work, basically playing your best impression of Makachev? Were you trying to actually impersonate him, like not just visually, but like in style?
Yeah, definitely visually.
You're not as good looking, but
a little taller. No, in terms of the training, yeah, I mean, Islam's known as an incredibly strong guy, so obviously I'm heavier than Islam, so theoretically I should be able to replicate that strength difference. And then in terms of grappling, targeting those submissions that Islam does by focusing on those in the training room, focusing on the way he holds half guard, and really focusing the grappling sense, trying to replicate it on the ground. And then, yeah, I wrestle him on the wall.
Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
What's going on, Lord?
Hello, living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
It's been a while, Rabbi.
How you been?
Nice.
Excellent. Hey, we've got Camp and Mark.
What's going on, bro?
I'm well. How are you? Hello.
Wait, can you get me a time, you fucking bastard? Oh. Well, that's Rabbi you're talking to.
Why you gotta be so mean?
Well, I don't know why this guy's being rude. I don't know. Stop being rude, bro. What the fuck? Is that your mother's house or are you living in a fucking tent, cunt?
No, neither.
Stop. Hello?
Neither.
Are you a fanboy?
Dog. Hey,
Stop being rude.
Mark.
No, stop saying that to a guy, cunt. Stop saying that over now.
Mark, I think you understand. If he's gonna be like this, it's no fun.
Your other phone?
All you have to do is you mute it.
No. I can't understand you. You're like...
You mute it.
Oh, Rabbi, bro, where's your neck? Where's your neck come? Wait, where's your neck come? Where is it come? Where is it? Don't leave this fucking pregnant faggot.
Mark, thank you for being so nice.
Stop, Mark. Where's your neck come? Where is it?
Dog, what is up with you?
Wait, where's your neck from? Where is it? Not that fucking hand gestures. Also, a question come. Can you stop, Mark? Stop being mean. Are you Jewish?
Oh, is that Mark? Oh, okay, so Mark's the main one. Camp, how you been?
He's got autism. He'll be nice in a minute. He's just fucking raging.
Okay, that's all right. If you are having trouble hearing me, just mute the other device.
Rabbi?
Yeah, baby.
Rabbi, can I... 50 kilos, by the way, Rabbi, can I please learn about aliens?
Yeah, dog. Have you seen what's happening in the United States?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
also gonna mute this Mark guy. Just fucking trolling. I'm sick of it.
That's okay.
Have you slammed your head into a concrete mixer before?
So, Camp or CXMP, have you watched?
I'm leaving. I can't concentrate with Mark in here, bro. I'm sorry. I'll go back later.
Sounds good, my man. I understand. Almost got somebody to watch fucking Joe Rogan's
I love
podcast.
the stuff he does in the world. Body lock heavy, inside trip, Uchimatas, and just constantly putting the work on box. You know what I mean? Like constantly chaining attacks against him. Really replicate
As
that.
he's trying to get up and escape and all that kind of stuff. So submission, like both judo and submission. Attack.
Exactly. And there's only so much you can do, really, because obviously I think he's been fighting a long time. So it's like you're trying to polish what he already is good at. You can't just completely create an entirely new game for him in the space of 6 weeks. So you're trying to take what he's already effective at, add to it. And luckily, a lot of the stuff he's already very good at was easy to add to for the fight.
Question from Reddit. I'm very curious why other MMA fighters don't employ high-profile grapplers from B Team and New Wave to improve their grappling. By now, it's clear that they are levels above almost everyone in MMA simply because fighters there don't specialize in grappling. But it doesn't seem like fighters, even champions, get training partners from the most successful teams. Why is that the case? From your experience, why doesn't we call you?
In mind now.
You're excited, aren't you?
Put in a good word for me.
Why?
I will.
Maybe I've never seen a fucking Discord like this.
That's
It's
right.
fucking wild.
No, you'll be walking with open arms.
I think your average jiu-jitsu coach, MMA fighters have bad experience with jiu-jitsu guys. Jiu-jitsu doesn't have a massive place in MMA. Obviously, rounds, stand-ups, hard to submit people. Your average Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt doesn't know anything about holding a guy down, doesn't know anything about how to stand up. So I think if you overly utilize that jiu-jitsu guy that hasn't had experience in more modern OG or training MMA fighters previously, it's going to be a complete waste of time for them. I think they're smart enough to realize that.
Do you have interest in MMA at all? Just not even like, well, certainly just competing yourself, but like just understanding the puzzle of MMA.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of mixed martial arts, for a very long time. Before I
So you're happy, aren't you?
personally, I'd much rather coach than fight.
I miss
But
my
I mean,
fucking
I'd fight
Filipino
somebody for
people.
a good check, and I
Did
have
it?
to pick up.
Don't worry, you'll be
Have a
fine with
problem,
that for a little bit.
I think I'm a good advisor.
Who's that?
Just leave this fucking device and hope you don't get
Who do you
kicked
think is
out.
the greatest MMA fighter of all time? Craig, let's start with you. This is a fan of the sport as somebody who's been deep in it.
I mean, from my perspective, after that performance, I'm going to say Volkanovski because he was able to decisively outstrike Max Holloway, one of the greatest strikers in the sport, and he was able to hang with the wrestling of Islam Makhachev. And in terms of Ortega, he was able to survive Ortega, who has some of the most dangerous submissions in jiu-jitsu. So I think, in my opinion, technically, he's the best.
So even though he technically lost, he still has the crowd.
I
He's
believe
proven
so.
himself.
Given the size,
Steak
he's
stream
good
call.
enough.
I wonder if he's
Yeah,
doing the thing on.
The underdog.
I don't even know what
pressure.
steak is. Is it?
Did you think he would be able to hang in any
I'm
wrestling?
sure.
No. I was really
How do you
surprised.
log into it? Does
That's
it have
why
a
my
fucking
eyes,
app? No.
It's kind of funny. Winning at the end of the day, I feel like judges influence that. Although I do think Australian judges would rob the other way, but I was assuming they kind of somebody paid somebody and not enough maybe. But in general, I just thought he won in the eyes of what martial arts stands for, like to go into the fire and survive and thrive and finish the last round strong. It's kind of like spiritually is what a victory is. So I wish we kept going. Like
One more round.
yeah, exactly that kind of thing. Well, what about you? What do you think? Like, who are the fighters you admire? Like, who do you think is the greatest of all time?
I think the fighter I paid most attention to was John Jones. He has a great ability just to mix the high level striking, high level grappling. Although his jiu-jitsu by itself isn't probably isn't like super high level, but his ability to mix everything together, I would say he's the best. And he's a fellow heavier guy, heavyweight now, so it's nice to see how those guys move at that weight.
And a fellow natural athlete. I did that. What about you, Nikki?
Yeah, if I had to pick a goat, I'd probably have to say Khabib, just because he was
I mean, we've been joking about it, but Craig, what do you think makes the Dagestani fighter so good? Like, from this small region of the world, so much dominance has come.
I mean, obviously, the amount of freestyle wrestling champions from that region probably puts their wrestling above and beyond the best in all of MMA. And obviously, a lot of, even in the Olympics, a lot of champions out of there, right? So I think that skill set combines with them adding effective pin controls on the ground and jiu-jitsu submissions. So again, I think it's that hard training. Those guys, like if they would maintain that pressure throughout the entire fight, break guys down, their ability to fatigue guys to a breaking point, I think it's something they do best.
I wonder what that is. Is that technique? What is that? What is it about their upbringing? Is that just that part of the world? Or with the Sakia brothers, with on the freestyle wrestling side, to all the mixed martial arts, like it must be part of the culture. Also, it must be doing something. I don't think I haven't seen a convincing explanation of why yet. Of what's specific about their training, what's specific about their culture that creates that. Okay, what do you think about like the flip side? Do you admire somebody like Conor McGregor who just knows how to create a spectacle? You, Craig, who like spectacles?
Yeah, I mean, I really admired early Conor McGregor because I found him absolutely hilarious. You know, like I felt like that was peak banter. I feel like he just took the American world by storm. Aussies, British, Irish, Kiwi, we have a way better level of banter and attacking each other, and it's almost too easy to pick on Americans to take themselves very seriously. I mean, arguably even other parts of the world too, the Far East of Europe. You know?
But that's the tricky thing with Conor. I think I feel like you could have gotten in the same kind of trouble because the Russians really took everything very seriously. They weren't joking around.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like it's a bit. I mean, some things he definitely takes too far, you know. But I felt like early on he had the right balance where he wouldn't really cross the line, but he would do enough. He just took it to another level, obviously later in his career. But I think early on, bit of innocent banter.
He gets a lot of eyes on the
I'm
sport.
just at Rabbi.
Probably by far the most popular combat athlete of all time because of that.
Yeah,
I feel like you have to cross the line. I don't think enough people appreciate like the values he's brought by crossing the line.
he's making a sacrifice crossing the line that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. You know?
See, I don't think so. I think he always walks back. But I think, unlike people might disagree with this, I thought he always radiated a respect for the opponent, like afterwards and underneath it. It felt like the same way you do. When I hear you shit talking, I don't see a person who really means it. I see a person who's having fun with it. I always thought that's kind of the
I'm gonna stream it like 24 hours a day.
but people took it like extremely seriously. I saw the respect, like the common respect that martial artists have for each other. It felt like
If you don't like that individual, you're going to perceive what they say more negatively than if you actually were. So I feel like if you like someone, you're going to never think they really cross the line.
that's true. You're saying I like you. That's a lot of people. You're bullshit.
Yeah.
You're right. Are there people that hate you?
I mean, some of the family members are good people.
People that really know you all hate you.
The fans love me, the friends hate me.
It's a good place to be. Keep your enemies close. Alright. Wow, what do you think is the most important muscle for you?
I think a strong back. Big back one, core second.
Did you say cinnamon rolls on the stream?
But what do you legitimately think that weightlifting helps you? It's kind of the discussion on the steroids. It's like the muscle mass and strength and power and explosiveness, all of that.
I think sometimes when we're at that
Cool
upper
story,
echelon
bro.
competition, there's
I
like little
cannot
minded
believe
battles that you have to
that
win.
is
If
such a
you're
massive
relatively
fucking
close to
discord.
technique, then a lot of times a stronger opponent pulls it out.
But it could be also just a limitation, right? You hold position too long. What about for Javier? Do you recommend weightlifting?
Not believe.
From the gym?
I always recommend weightlifting. I almost see muscle as the body's armor, right? The more armor you have, the more damage you can kind of take, and maybe recovery is a little bit better. And I've always seen weightlifting as a means to stick to my routine. Like there's no point in lifting if you're not eating right and you're not sleeping right. So if you kind of put it all together, then it's beneficial.
What about you guys? You go to the gym?
Yeah.
You go like
Believe it or
the
not.
gym, you go an elliptical and that butt machine, or
Yeah, I focus on the glutes heavily.
what about injury prevention and so on? How do you train to minimize the risk of injury? You guys have all been pretty good out. You've got a major injury with the ACL. So how do you train to minimize injury?
Probably not the right guy to ask.
Actually, can you talk through your injury? Like what happened?
Yeah, so
How big is
1
that?
week prior
Big
to
time, baby.
last ADCC,
Really?
I was wrestling
Why?
this guy named Kent.
That's how I'm gonna get fucking famous.
And,
Really?
I went to go lift him from a rear
I'll
body
get banned
lock,
from there
hooked
for
the
doing
outside of my
something.
leg, and we just felt something pop. You know, he felt a shift with his leg, and when it first happened, it hurt for like the first 30 seconds, and I honestly debated. I was like, maybe it was just some freak thing. I was like, I literally thought about continuing the session. Then the next day,
Are you happy about? Oh, what is this bullshit? So fucking stupid.
Couldn't do a full squat. So it pretty much killed all of my training for the entire week leading up to the event. I couldn't train or anything. Messed up the cut. Obviously, there's added nerves with that too.
Fucking
You're not in the gym
stupid.
every day leading up to the competition. I went out there. I wasn't really able to full guard. I couldn't get full heel to butt connection, which is inevitable with playing guard. And I was very hesitant to shoot as well. So I came out with the idea of just trying to use hand fighting to tire my first opponent out, and then mainly look to get the underhook or overhook and do mostly upper body wrestling. In the beginning of the match, I successfully got to an underhook, got to rear body lock. He tried to roll, and I ended up in top position side control. But it was during the no points period, and then as the match went on, I gassed out, and eventually he ended up taking me down and then scoring with
Is Rabbi.
So what's the injury?
Yes, I got an MRI actually after the event. I didn't know.
You waited until after the event?
Yeah, I waited until after.
Just like knowledge or ignorance is good?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, honestly, I don't even want to know what's wrong. I was like, I just go out there, compete. I knew it was like the biggest event to date, and I really wanted to do it.
Think about not doing it?
It definitely was a thought in my head, especially that day after. It's always the worst day whenever you have like a serious injury. The day after, and I was like, man, I really can't do a full squat. I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to be able to do this. It got a bit better over as the week went on.
Best.
The
best.
I was like, man, I have to.
This
go
is
out
the
there.
best.
I was like, it'll always be in the back of my mind. Like, what if I ended up going out?
What did you think about this whole?
I thought it was just being posted.
Yeah. Just slap him around, just yell at him.
I don't think we pressured you. Just let you make your own decision. Right? Just like,
Is that a tricky thing to do? Like with having like a serious injury like this?
Yeah, well, we didn't know. That was the thing. We didn't know. Honestly, initially, I thought it was I tore my lateral meniscus, but that ended up not being the case. It ended up being a full ACL tear. I was actually super surprised when I got the MRI results. So yeah, we didn't know how bad it actually was.
What do you think about that situation?
I think he's a tough kid, and I mean, when you're so close to that competition, there's not many. You don't get many opportunities like that to compete in front of 15,000 people. It's like, props to you for pushing through it and getting it. And man, he had a close match with one of the best grapplers in his weight class. It's like a few adjustments here and there, and especially he was able to train previously leading up to that match. I think he was enough.
So some of the things you mentioned, nerves, like those extra nerves, just because you're underprepared.
Yeah, I mean,
Feeling underprepared.
You want to go into a competition with the confidence. I did everything that I could leading up to this event. I trained as much as I could, and then when an injury prevents that, you start to doubt yourself more.
How do you guys think about injury? How do you train?
Good
Train
job,
with the best in the world, train to be the best in the
See,
world, and avoiding injury. But you tore your bicep?
Yeah, I tore bicep. Dude, honestly, I was bodybuilding, for like 7 years, and no lie, I trained bicep.
Why are you spamming like Mike
almost every day for 7 years. Pretty much, I injured myself.
That's so Jersey, man.
anything else? Or just the bicep?
Just I mean, yeah, I injured the bicep. Pretty much, the day before a wrestling practice, I had like a killer arm day. And by arm day, I just been training biceps very rigorously, getting a 6 month. And I go to wrestling practice the next day, pretty late. I should have been there. I didn't get a proper warm up in. And the first thing I do is I shake hands and I go to shoot a single leg, and boom, I just blew my arm out. The first movement I did. So just not being warmed up properly, in addition to having a very vigorous arm day, feel upper spot area.
You hear that about warm up? So like, what are some lessons about training?
I would say number one is warming up properly, making sure your body's hot before you do hot stuff.
Okay. And what does warm up look like for you? Like the jiu-jitsu or not?
Yeah, just for a warm up in general, I'll do something like if I'm talking competition, something like a jog walk back and forth 2 times, then a sprint jog 2 times to get that heart rate up and down, and then I'll grab a partner. I actually just filmed the instructional specifically on the pre-match ritual. In addition to that, I'll grab a partner. I'll drill some movements. Typically, I'll drill some bad things. Like I'll start from bottom now, bottom side control, work out from there. And it's pretty much like 20 minutes in, I'm hot and I'm ready to go for rounds.
What about you, Greg? So what's the worst of an injury? What's the worst injury you've had?
What's the worst injury? I don't even know. I'm pretty good. Pretty healthy.
Whenever you play practice,
Has your partner been broken?
Anytime. But there's a thing I noticed. People that spend the most time warming up often the most injured. It's a strong correlation.
You can't argue with science.
I remember you're right. Training with all the stars would have a 16-minute warm up. Surprise, always injured. Very common. I find that very common training. No, I think people, it's how they train. Like if you, like me, first sign of discomfort, backpedal, push through that stuff. Go too hard, go when you're too tired, you know what I mean? Get too emotional in a row. I feel like those are the times that I've been hurt. Where I'm just like, oh, I can't let this guy get me. When I have that attitude and train, I believe it's how you train.
So what is this come from? Like positionally too? Like, because you're training against the killers and you're training with him, going probably pretty hard.
Well, Craig gets a little tired. He's like, yeah, I'm good for today.
He goes, once a month with Mickey, that's it.
And then you quit like 30 seconds in.
I mean, you gotta be safe.
I like it. What about you? What have you learned from the ACL?
Rehab,
So you haven't been like...
I didn't get surgery. I didn't do essentially any rehab. I just have no ACL in my left leg.
So what's it like having no...
Surgery goes, you've got 2 options. Surgery, rehab only. Mickey goes, I'll do nothing.
Definitely should pick up on the rehab.
What's rehab for that? What's that? Like twice a day of doing some weird... like fans or something?
Good he's learned from his son some valuable lessons about taking care of his body.
Yeah. What's it like training with no ACL?
So at the beginning, it was definitely a little iffy. I'd have an occasional buckle. Like I'd just be wrestling with somebody and go to step back and it'd buckle backwards a bit. But honestly, now, like I haven't had a single buckle instance in a while. It feels 100% normal when I train. It feels better than my other knee, to be honest. Like I had my meniscus taken out in my right leg, and that one gets sore more often than the no ACL leg.
Okay, all right. So put that aside. Is there wisdom you've learned from that experience?
Yeah, definitely should be doing rehab and prehab. I think that especially if you're a hobbyist or a professional athlete, you should be lifting. Whether you're rehabbing an injury or just for injury prevention.
So I'm actually closer to Greg. I've trained my whole life, like pretty hard. Obviously, a hobbyist, but like twice a day, the judo, wrestling, all that. Never broke anything, never injured. Kind of like swimming philosophy, except like last year, I guess, a year and a half ago, I got a tiny like loin injury, and it still hasn't healed. And I've been using your approach of not giving a shit.
Yeah.
and like, all right, surely this is gonna heal. It'll be fine. But it hasn't. But of course, if I was like an actual athlete, I would like probably still train through it, just fuck it, figure it out. But when you have other stuff going on, you just kind of wait it out. But no, I think probably we have, especially as you get older, you have to do that kind of stuff.
I think it's important for people to, determine whether what they're going through is an injury or they're just hurt a little bit. Because injury, for sure, it takes time, rehab it, get better. But a lot of people like they'll stub a toe or something like, oh, you're out for a few weeks.
Well, that's the problem with the injury I have. It feels like a stub toe. So I was like, so I'll just wait a couple days, it'll be fine. And then a couple days later, it's not fine. And you wait. And then I never got an MRI, never got any of that. Like, I'm sure I'll be fine. Yeah. So it's hard to know sometimes. Like, what? It's hard to know. I feel like a lot of people will just not check it out and be fine. Well, because there's several failure cases. There was a failure case where everything just stuck out, fuck it. like you're bleeding everywhere. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. So you have to be careful. A lot of people can fall into that too. I think I'm in that category. Go to the doctor. Why do you go to the doctor?
The best approach is typically wait until something else gets so that you'll forget about the grind.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I was hoping. I was hoping to get hurt. Waiting for the broken heart. Okay, well, that was very helpful. Oh, you mentioned you're doing a whole thing on the pre-match ritual. Can you kind of preview like what's involved in your pre-match ritual?
It's pretty big in the wrestling culture and the fighting culture, like kind of what to do before your competition. But I think a few people are just kind of missing out exactly what to do. So I break it down for them. I break it down for people like 4 weeks in advance. How you should prep, your training and your nutrition and your sleep for competition. In addition to that, I break it down even like to smaller scales, like how early you should get to the event, when you should be visualizing, your competition, what to do, like 30 minutes before, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and the kind of mentality you should have throughout those times before you actually step into that.
When are you visualizing? Like how much are you visualizing? The actual. When you say competition, you talking about the tournament or the actual people you might be competing against?
A little bit of both. I'll spend time just visualizing the crowd. Like if it's going to be an arena with 50,000 people, I'll spend time in practice and whatnot, like putting myself inside that arena and visualizing, stepping on the mat and hearing the crowd scream and whatnot. That way, when competition time comes, it's kind of the same deal. I'm accustomed to it. In addition, when I get to the arena, I'll step on the mat. I'll kind of look at everything. I'll expose my senses to what it's going to be, and then I'll kind of shut everything off. Like some people, scroll through their phone and can treat it like normal, have this normal conversations. For me, I like to limit my sensory intake before I go out and compete. I just feel like sometimes we only have so many decisions you can make in a day, and I want all of my best decisions to be made right now.
What about you? What do you limit your sensory input
On game day, honestly, know your routine. Nothing. I don't do anything.
Guys with double silver.
We're both.
You should get it. You should buy it instructional to help you.
Get another silver. Honestly, nothing. Hey, I just try to relax too, like before training.
Visualizations or no?
No,
I do visualization. So the opposite of visualization. You just avoid it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think about it. I'm just like, yeah, we'll have a good time. Yeah, try to appreciate it that I can do it.
By the way, when you visualize, are you visualizing tough positions or are you visualizing winning?
Definitely visualize the winning. I'll visualize how I'm going to get to my most dominant positions because in comp I want to do what I'm best at. I'm also I see my opponent in his best positions and how I'm going to escape those if necessary. But most of the time I'm just visualizing exactly what I'm going to do in that match, and I go in there and do it.
When your teammate, right, another like world class athlete has a fundamentally different philosophy than you. Do you visualize being frustrated at him?
Not frustrated, but I'll definitely come into practice with like solutions to the problems that Craig gets me. Like if Craig's catching me something or giving me issues, like I'll go home, I'll watch a match that he lost with motivation, and I'll come back and I'll put it on.
Just DM him like a highlight reel of him.
rather I go, why am I doing that? Do I still need to do this? And I think like hopefully don't embarrass myself, affect my instructional sales. That's the last thought. But I don't even put too much thought into the whole competing thing. I'm just like, you know what? Train hard. Hopefully have a good time out.
What about the motivation aspect? Like that voice that says like, why am I doing this? That voice can break a lot of people. Like in the weight class, it can break a lot of people. Like, why am I doing this stupid silly sport? Like you said, a bunch of dudes just rolling around. Like, what's the point?
But I'll call someone with a 9 to 5 job, and I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. Avoid that.
All those DVDs, man.
Yeah, I don't get too deep on competing.
We're so polar opposite. It's like almost uncomfortable to be around you.
Obviously, one of us is the queen out there.
Do a duty on that. What about you? Prepare for competition making. The day before, the day of, are there rituals that you follow?
Honestly, like the few days leading up to it, it's different for me every time. Sometimes I'll warm up before I compete. Sometimes I won't. Sometimes I'll fast. Sometimes I'll eat. So it literally is just completely random. I don't follow any specific thing. But in the training room leading up to the competition, I'll definitely, like Nicky Rod, visualize that I'm walking out onto the competition mat. I'll pick somebody that's, similar body type to the person that I'm competing against. And then, we'll start out with some distance between us. We'll come out, smack hands, and, act like everything's a real competition. We'll even sometimes have, corners that will yell out times and things like that just to replicate it as much as possible.
That's funny. Because I've talked to a lot of Olympic gold medalists. I used to do a podcast with like athletes, and they all sound like Nicky Rod. You are outliers. I don't know. Sometimes we'll do this, sometimes. Anyway. But that's also jiu-jitsu culture, I think. Maybe the chaos of not taking things too seriously is actually really helps it. Sometimes the pressure of taking everything way too seriously.
I mean, just I think it's sport, really.
I think if I compete every day in practice, it just make competition much easier. I just put the pressure on there.
On the competition, on the training, competing in the training. I don't know. Olympic sports aren't that big either financially. And people take it extremely seriously. You can only get that much money from judo.
I mean, I just don't take jiu-jitsu that seriously because, like, I was just partying, having a good time until 21, and then I was like, oh, fuck, do I get a job? Do I pursue professional sports? And I feel like if I could make a career in jiu-jitsu with a decision at that point.
And now you just stumbled your way somehow into being the company.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I just walked into it. I feel like I couldn't just do that in wrestling, boxing. I couldn't do that in other sports.
What was the toughest match you ever had that pushed you into jiu-jitsu? It doesn't have to be the best person you faced, but was there like a moment in your career that was like really defining to you?
I mean, I would say like the toughest mentally was just this last ADCC. I just had a big injury leading into it that kind of screwed the whole camp and weight cut and everything up. I would say the last ADCC.
Are you proud of your performance there? Like you stepped on the mat, that you pushed through all of it?
Like I said, I'm a very competitive person and I hate losing, so definitely not. Yeah.
You had a collapse.
Actually,
dude, he was so physically exhausted afterwards. Good grief, we had to get medical intervention. So he had a collapse on.
I was the most tired that I've ever been in my life. I actually popped the blood vessel in my eye. I was trying so hard.
He comes out, he walks off the ADCC mat backstage, and I'm kind of getting warmed up for my match, and Nicky Rod comes, so he walks over, huffing and puffing, and his mom's right next to me, looks at her, and he's like, I think I need help. I think I got a lung collapse.
Mom's the one that called for medical help. I was just laying on the warm-up mat, fucking dying.
Well, we'll have your mind.
Laid it all on the line. What about you, Craig?
Defining or toughest matches? I mean, they're all pretty tough. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint one. I mean, probably the most annoying one was obviously the one where I had Gordon Alba. I was like, tap, bro. And he wouldn't tap. But I let him out. Mentally, I was like, I shouldn't have done that.
Do you ever have a thing in your brain where it says, should I shit talk now or not? And you say, no, I'm going to be respectful. I mean,
No,
like,
yeah, I don't know. It's just good.
yeah, all of it, the whole thing. What about you, Adrian?
Dude, honestly, most of my toughest matches are in the training room, right? Because I started with these guys. I started training under them, like, started training at BDS when I didn't have any knowledge. Like I knew wrestling, I knew like a youth cut and jiu-jitsu, but like I started training with them when I knew almost no jiu-jitsu, and I had to like really work my way up. So definitely in the training room, like being like having one of these guys on my back, or like there was a stretch of like a few weeks or months when COVID first hit, and there was just like four of the best grapplers in the world, and we just did drilling and live rounds with these four guys, and it was hard. It was very hard. Every round, doing 6 rounds, 7 days a week with the best grapplers in the world, and it's like you get no break, and you're forced to learn on the go. So I think for me in the training room, that was definitely my toughest matches, and that's where I build those mental calluses.
There was a period where I drilled with Nicky Rod, probably about 9 months, 12 months. And typically speaking, like I said, no warm up. The first round we take it pretty easy. First round you started mount. The whole room, the rest of the training room, they take mounts very lightly. Me and Nicky Rod would be fighting to the death every day. I felt like we did an extra round every day. It was very cool.
I'm very mean when I'm in the drilling or live. Like we would drill wrestling, quite a bit, like stand up, and in the drilling, like I just wouldn't like try to take me down. Like we're not going live, we're just drilling, but I just wouldn't let him put me on the floor. So things like that.
I know that's the way. So you mentioned Mount, like, so you do positional training. So would that be the hardest versus like live training, open like punch and guard?
I would say mount and turtle definitely made me very tough because you spend all this effort getting off the bottom mount, and then you got to get on top of the guy. And at the time, I'm not that good at holding guys down, so you escape quick. And I'm like, fuck, I just try to hold him down. Got to go back down. Same thing with a turtle. It's like you start bottom turtle, you try to explode, get away, and then you switch, and the guy gets up pretty quick. And you're like, man, I got to go right down. It's that constant circle, man. It's very tough, but definitely, building character for that.
What do you think is the value of positional training in general in jiu-jitsu? Actually, this one just interacting with you guys. It's not commonly done in just like regular jiu-jitsu gym. What do you see? Because probably it's not commonly done because it's like most of the experience is just frustrating. Like if you're evenly matched, you're basically frustrated the whole time. If you're doing it right.
It's a psychological battle that happens in like the mountains all around. Like, because you maybe get close to subbing a guy, or maybe you do sub him. When you start turtling, you're on their back, you finish them, and then you get this high point, and then immediately you got to go back down to defensive posture. It's very it's emotionally like up and down.
Super important if you're one of the better people in the gym. It puts you in a position you don't find yourself in regular training. So I think like a lot of, if you're a big fish in a small pond and you don't do positional sparring, you're probably going to get exposed in competition. You might even look silly in those positions. You really have to force yourself to do it, despite the fact that you're giving someone worse than you a position where they might catch you. So you have to sort of put the ego aside.
Yeah, that's one of the things when I was training regularly. Of course, training with you guys is like trivial, but I didn't work on putting myself in that position and get better, and you regret it. The big negative thing consequence it has on competition is you don't take as many risks because you're kind of afraid for your back to get taken. All that kind of stuff.
That was me before I went to DDS. I remember I showed up there in the position. You better earn this position.
Yeah,
I didn't really have escape. That was a learning curve for me for sure.
do you see the value in positional training?
Yeah, I definitely think it plays a big part in your confidence in the competition match. Being confident that even if you get put in the worst possible situation, you know what to do and know how to work out of it.
I had a long argument with Todd Grayson when we visited, and he thinks Mount is the most dominant position, even Monkey versus that. Is there a case to be made for that, or no?
I think all of your opponents' utensils and tools are in front of them. So, like, if you're on mount, they still have, a few ways to get out now. I think if you're on somebody's back, I personally much rather be on somebody's back than flattened out. I'd rather have to
not even body triangle. It's just flat.
It's completely flat. Almost like that position on Mayweather. You see guys get finished, they can't get out.
Oh
That
man.
position is probably the hardest position to get.
Can you see what Hodges talking about with Mount, or is he just that good at Mount? Like he does that.
He might be in the gate. You know? I don't know. What do you mean?
He says controlling wise, he just believes that you can complete that there's he actually thinks there's more ways to get out from the back of the legs from the mouth.
Prior to
Getting up and doing it physically.
prior to the kipping escape, I probably agree with him. So that kipping escape is so difficult to manage. It's a funny looking escape where people have a lot of trouble. It's like super hard to learn how
Is
to
it
do it,
just like a
but then once you
steak?
learn how to do it, the effectiveness is just huge.
Yeah, it's a weird one. When's that come to be a thing?
Oh man,
I mean, I still see that guy.
I knew it was too
Who was
good
the
to be
first guy to
true.
discover something like that? This seems like a ridiculous thing to discover.
I thought it was a joke at first. I was like, you guys really doing this? Yeah.
I remember somebody showing me like a technique where, like if you just like walk your hand on a mat or something like that.
Like an arm triangle or something?
Yeah. And it's just like a funny discovery, like as opposed to like trying to like shove it in, just like walk it.
I like doing that to people, but with things that aren't true. You know what I mean? I'll just tell them this is a technique and watch them try to work out if I'm being serious or not.
Yeah, that's what you do when you achieve guru status. They'll just listen to you like you're Steven Seagal.
See what they'll believe.
Speaking of which, how do you balance? You have to travel all across the world. How do you balance that with running a school and being a world-class jiu-jitsu athlete?
I mean, the secret to travel for me is two drugs: Xanax and modafinil. That's how we time adjust and we hit the ground running. But
What is the modafinil do? Xanax.
I mean, I have narcolepsy. But
How does that work with the steroids?
I mean, they work well together, you know.
Oh man, I was so fucking excited.
But in terms of traveling and training and stuff, it is. I mean, we're lucky because we've got so many high level guys, so we can travel and they're still in good hands. I mean, it would be a problem if me, Nicky Wright, and Nicky Wright left and the gym had Ethan. That would be a problem.
Yeah.
But we got to make sure it's not just him now.
Although everyone says they're happy when you're gone, so that's what I heard.
Happy when I'm gone, but they do miss me
Yeah.
for sure until I get back.
What about you? Just like Val, do you try to stay completely focused on competing, like for some of the big matches that are coming up? Or are you able to kind of diversify?
Well, I like to, diversify my training to where, if I don't have a competition scheduled, I'm more focused on skill development and getting better and broaden my tool shed. But if I'm like 6 weeks before a comp, I really start amping up the intensity that I bring into the mats, against bringing some of that visualization towards practice. And maybe I train less volume pre-competition, but higher output per session.
Yeah. What's a perfect week of training look like?
If I'm not in competition mode, I would say Monday, Wednesday, Friday twice. Every other day just once. If I'm pre-comp, just Monday to Sunday, once a day.
So that's on the mat. You're doing the full like
Did I get
training,
banned?
training.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of bicep curls. Yeah, I lift a few times a week now. Yeah.
Cardio or not? Cardio's all mat.
Cardio's all maxed up. I do some CrossFit workouts, like CrossFit. I'll do like some EMOMs or some AMRAPs, so CrossFit terms.
That's for Instagram.
Yeah. CrossFit is a good way to kind of like push that threshold. Sometimes on the mat, because I'm so good, I can't always get that like full red line. So I'll hop in across the gym and I'll do some workouts that bring me closer to death.
Welcome.
What about you, Craig? What does a perfect week in training look like? Like when you're back home training.
I try to be at the gym twice a day, every day.
How you doing, Pim?
I travel a bit more than these guys, so I try to be there 8 to 12 every day, hang out in between. Usually train both of those sessions, depending on how my body feels.
You're doing positional, doing everything like technique, positional, live.
I should probably do more positional, but because I'm just trying to work on wrestling and stuff, and especially leading up to the Volkanovski last while, I was trying to wrestle more and focus on those areas even before I traveled over there, just some experimentation with some stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, how do you experiment with stuff? Like how do you when there's like regular positional stuff, but when you have ideas, like like where do you do it in during the training sessions? Do you do it outside of that? Do you get together with somebody?
Usually every session
Yeah,
I show
that's
up
right.
with something I'm
I
thinking
do
of.
it,
Usually
yeah.
something from talk.
What did you say, Big Dog?
You are the Riddler.
I am the Riddler. Riddle me this, Big Dog. I am the Riddler. You're 100% right. How's your dad?
Yeah, how did I get back to it? I knew it.
You're 100% right.
Yeah. But, yeah, there are bunch of them, right? I think Anarchy is yeah, my best friend. He's the other Ronin, but he's like sort of, I don't know what is up with him anymore. So, yeah. I'll be back later.
Sounds good, Big Dog. Man, that sucks. Year-end party? A lot of people in karaoke. Why isn't everybody having just a really fucking nice time without you?
Damn, I thought I was gonna go viral from that. Oh shit. Gotta go back to the farm. Somebody's gonna be like, hey, you fucking what? Man, I thought that was it for sure. Dog, why don't people just keep that fucking momentum? No idea. Alright. Mike, baby. There you go. Damn, I fucking thought I had it. I mean, I was sure of it.
maybe something for both of them. And then I just try to maybe pick the right people. Some people, obviously, I'm just fighting to the death with. It's not a good time to experiment. And then others, obviously, you can play around with ideas on.
Okay. What about you? What the perfect week look like?
Damn.
Maybe.
I
you said
I was happy for like a
Yeah.
moment.
So yeah, honestly, I have pretty much the same schedule as Nicky Rod. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I do twice a day. Every other day, once a day. And then normally noon practice is like our biggest class. That's where all the pros go in. So I tend to do more open rounds there. And then we have a 7 p.m. class as well, which is more hobbyist. And that's where I'll do my positional rounds and force myself to be put in fat positions.
So you have what you do 8 a.m., 12, like in terms of what BQ has. 8 a.m., 12, 7 p.m. And the hobbyists are more 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in overtraining? Do you think you can overtrain?
I used to not believe in it, but then I got hurt. I was like, all right.
Oh, you attribute that to overtraining?
I think, dude, I'm telling you, I lifted like a bodybuilder for like 7 years, and by lifting, I mean I was lifting 7 days a week, and I trained arms most days. Like almost every day, I would do like 4 or 5 sets and get a pretty good bicep pump in addition to my lift. I think I had to contribute somewhat towards my
What about?
training.
Fair enough. Well, what about on the actual mat overtraining, like spending too much time on the mat?
Well,
Psychological, physical overtraining.
I think you can definitely overtrain, but it's more of a like as your body's healthy, you have to make sure your mind is sharp. Like sometimes maybe taking a day away or even diverting your attention in a different aspect of training can help you be a little bit sharper overall. Sometimes it can be like it can get a little like stagnant because you're doing the same stuff over and over. But I think if you just keep like overtraining, then your overall baseline just gets higher, and you become accustomed to that.
What about you? You don't seem like a guy that.
I've heard of it. I never went close to it. No, I think controlling how hard you train is definitely protects you from injury. You know what I mean? Like if you're redlining yourself and then you're fighting to the death in the gym, that's 100% when you're going to get injured, going to get sick. So I try to make sure I've had enough sleep, I've had obviously enough food post training, and that sort of helps me to train a bit harder, but still try to avoid redlining myself too much.
I think establish also like what days are going to be your peak days. Because you throughout the week, if you're training 7 days a week, you're going to have ups and downs. Like for me personally, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, usually my best days. And besides that, I also have other great days.
All my days are great. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday are also great. You're like unable to admit that some days are rougher than others. I'm always on, bro. Okay. What advice would you give people who are not always on, hobbyists? How to get better? Like people that are already there. I don't know, purple belts, brown belts, black belts. They're just like doing like a couple times a week or something like that. Like how to get better.
I think be consistent. Like find a schedule that you can consistently train. Maybe it's like 3-4 times a week or even a little bit less. Just be consistent over the years. I think too often people are like, oh, I want to get really good really fast, but it definitely takes a long time to get there.
What about what you're doing? While being consistent, what kind of stuff you're working on?
So honestly, I think one big thing for me, something I actually started doing once the B team was formed, was filming all of your rounds and then watching it every day. Because you can see what specific problems you're having, and then you can base your positional rounds around those problems.
That's really interesting. Kind of depressing though. Like sometimes I have to, I edited this podcast for a long time. I still do in part, and I hate the sound of my voice and like what I look like and stuff. But it does make you better. And I also hate the sound of Craig's voice and what it looks like. So editing this podcast is especially this would be doubly difficult. I'm glad the rest of you are here. I don't know. That's you do you watch competition footage of yourself? Like to analyze, like to see.
Yeah.
My confidence. That's fucking good.
While you're doing it all.
Yeah.
I'm still watching for this.
Is there advice you, Craig, you would give for hobbyists? Advice?
I mean, just
Man.
not every round has to be on
Some of
spot
that
for the
Huevos
jab, you know?
Rancheros
Feel
action.
like you're gonna get injured, but it's out that way. You're not gonna learn as much.
It's tough. I would say, just as a black belt who took jiu-jitsu very seriously for a very long time, basically, when you become a hobbyist, your skill is basically slipping. Your age and your skill. And so, not taking stuff seriously is actually almost psychological skill of like, that it's tough. It's tough. Like, it's tough in a way that is different when you're like a blue belt or something. That if you work hard and you train correctly, you're gonna get much better. Here, you're looking downhill. You're looking downhill. And you're like,
Back to my Filipinos.
yeah, I guess I'm gonna enjoy the art of this.
Reframe the victory. You know, like if it's a young upcoming guy and he can't submit you, you're like, well, that's a moral victory. You know.
Yeah, but then that has to happen. You have to be able to not do that to avoid the injury. Sometimes, like if you want, so yeah, it's a different thing. Plus with me, just because some people recognize me, you have that probably. You guys definitely, obviously have that.
I've solved that problem.
How did you solve that problem?
Travel around and you do a seminar or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's believable that you could get submitted once.
Yeah.
But if they catch you, give them a few. Yeah. If people tell their friends they submitted me to a seminar, one time, believable.
Yeah.
They got me 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
You've robbed them of that.
Okay, that's pretty funny. But it's also they have this energy, like they think, they're coming in hot. I usually like to basically get submitted quickly twice, and just it changes everything. It makes it more fun. I've noticed.
Let them submit you twice?
Yeah, just like very quickly. What are the options? They're not.
Make it last longer. Hold on.
But then it's like it's very hard to like, yeah, if you're a very serious competitor, it's fine, you take it seriously, then yes, but like then people what they try to do, this probably is what happens to you guys, they try to impress you by going super hard.
I have people every day come to my gym try to take me out.
Yeah,
I stay sharp. Come to practice, let's get it on.
do you feel that energy? Fucking Craig here for like a seminar. Like somebody's coming in,
Are
like,
you
really,
pissed?
like a brown belt will come in, like,
Yeah,
and they really want to impress you with like their technical side.
Thought it was smooth sailing, kids.
Watching a DVD.
Dude, they have
What
this
do you do with
giant
I
party.
make a complete joke out of the role. You know, give them the pass, mess with them, do stupid shit. You know,
All these
like,
Filipino
rob them
people.
of the realness of it. This is stupid. I'm not going to roll hard with strangers. You know, I feel like you should roll with a circle of people you trust.
Ask to join.
Injuries happen rolling
They only
hard
have
with
28
strangers.
in there. It
That's
looks
the same
like
way
so
you
many
use your
more.
competition because you don't have that relationship with them.
And I should also mention that's probably not a good way to impress somebody by just going ape shit, going 100%.
Oh yeah, that's not at all.
I think the beauty of jiu-jitsu is like the camaraderie of it. Like as you get to know each other, there's like technical, like different ideas you have and all that. Yeah. Okay. You think gi jiu-jitsu is dying in popularity? Right?
Yeah, it's long dead. I think it's just. I mean, it just shows like. I mean, I have heard some numbers on the viewership for the gi Worlds finals, and they don't even compare to the undercard of like who's #1 events. So I think like when I was coming up and competing in the gi all the time, you looked at those guys that won black belt championships, and you were like in awe of them. It almost had that ADCC champion feel. But now that's not the case. You know, I just feel like that. The younger generation aren't looking at who's winning black belt and worlds. I personally don't think, and I don't think they're like they want to be that guy. They want to be like a Rotolo, Gordon. You know, those are the people they want to emulate.
So you think like the gi, like IBJJF, gi nogi tournaments will just keep declining in popularity?
Oh, I think people will still go. I mean, it's easier, I think, as you're over 30 because the gi's a bit of a smaller thing, and the masters participation is bigger in the gi because obviously nogi is now heading to wrestling direction. Wrestling in Europe, you're over 30, that's a terrifying prospect. You know, what's terrifying about the gi? Less. So I think in the participation rate, the IBJJF will still be good, but I just don't think people are as interested as they used to be.
Well, why is wrestling look terrifying? Like you look, I can vaguely understand if you don't understand.
You work a death show and you never wrestled and got double leg, that's gonna break your back. You know, I think the older guys are scared of wrestling. It's hard to wrestle at 40.
To learn wrestling.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think it's hard in general to do wrestling at 40, but it's easy to pull half guard and get at 40.
I think it's harder to do judo at 40. People do it at 40.
Judo versus one. Yeah, judo is scarier than over.
Yeah. I think does wrestling really hurt?
I don't know.
I look at you.
Yeah,
It does. Interesting. I mean,
I agree with you. People saying that judo looks like the most dangerous. Like even their practice partners.
yeah, I did. I mean, I did judo for a really long time. Like a lot of people that are 40, 50, 60 do judo. They get
They're the ones that are still alive, though.
that's true. Survival bias. You do a little bit of judo, right?
Hey, I'm a yellow belt.
You're a yellow belt in judo. I should be instructed. From monkey to orange.
I got a yellow belt in the 6th grade, I believe it was the 6th grade. I did it for about, I don't know,
But you're also using judo in competition. Basically, are you doing like karate, or like you're doing?
yeah, I don't know where I learned that. I just started doing it.
You start lifting your leg in various ways until it works.
Figure it out, yeah.
Doing different kinds of tricks.
I looked at the Sandler guys, and I was like, can't be that hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but crack.
Well, they looked at your footlock and said that can't be that hard.
They said, can't be that hard. Ban it from the tournament.
What do you think is the best takedown in no-gi jiu-jitsu? Like what? Like if people were trying to train in competition and so on, like where do you see the trend heading?
There's a guy named Rabbi.
Foot sweep is
Oh,
like
the
a fire
quit.
nowadays. Still up, but foot sweeps and arm drags, I would say pretty popular in all sports.
Arm drag. The arm drag is okay.
Arm drag either to get them like get to behind them or even just to cause reaction, make them pull away or stuff like that.
Are you talking about it in a context of what's the best takedown to score? What's the safest takedown to mitigate the risk of guillotine submission? Or most effective in general?
Yeah, most effective. Come on. Yeah. I think it's about scoring.
I think any sort of body blow. You know what I mean? Like your hands around the body, being able to put it to the floor that way. I feel like that's most effective. Safest might even have arisen out of a leg attack, leg entry, upgrade to the body.
What about like foot sweeps, like outside foot sweeps?
I would say foot sweep outside foot sweep or even like something like this.
Yeah, those are all pretty good.
See, why is that scary?
I don't understand.
I think it's the list that's scary.
No, not you. I mean, in masters, like, when you're talking about older guys in the movie.
Some of those old bastards take it very serious. You know? Let's see, I see well. They're coming to impress.
Grab a lift. All right. Just for the gram. Okay. What about submission? What's your favorite submission? And what do you think is the most effective submission? Except for body joke.
I would have to say the rear naked. It's definitely the one that hits the most in the highest level of competition.
Was that that's pretty interesting to see you in skateball, right? That's the cool thing about EBI to see like a world class athlete. I'm surprised that it's possible to skate with you on his side.
You'll try some skate cream.
Skate cream? Does that help? What's in it? What's the formula, or is that secret?
That is proprietary blend.
Okay. That's what you use for greasing. That's what you
I like
grease
it
before.
I like it.
Is there other application outside of grappling?
I'm sure you're creative. All right.
That's for sure, friend. That's unsecret as well.
Rear naked choke. I mean, overall favor for like solidifying a finish because like you can put my sweeps right. Even if they don't want to fight from the sweep, But as far as like something I've been working on now that I'm now starting to implement in competition, Yoko Senkaku side triangle is like a beautiful thing. You have multiple options. You have the triangle to finish. If that fails, you have the or you could break your arm. You could also just transfer and take it back. So Yoko Senkaku, I'm a big fan of, and I can see.
Have you ever broken anyone's arm?
Oh yeah, I mean first few competitions because I was like pretty athletic grappler or athletic wrestler going against like local black belts and brown belts. Like one of my first matches, I broke somebody in Kimura. Pretty much every time I've got a heel hook, which is only twice I've broken an opponent. If I have a joint lock, it's probably gonna break. But a lot of times it breaks before they happen. Yeah.
You seem like a really friendly fellow. How hard is it to break an arm? Or any break a joint?
Well, I don't think it's that hard. I think like if you're talking like about an arm bar, we have this position where like people are kind of holding on, and then it slips and the arm starts going, and then it just breaks before they get a chance to tap.
Well, we got a guy I needed to tap one time, and it was surprising. I had to put a lot of force into that. I had to put his arms, shoulders, and the ligaments in the knees and ankles. But this kid, Sambo kid, fully let it go, and he tapped it out. I think the angle was like up here. They're built different. Hopefully, he can be reconstructed. Yeah.
All right. What about straight foot lock? Do you guys do straight foot lock at all?
Yeah, I mean I'm learning them now. We had some kids come into practice one day and like all of us do
the straight foot lock.
Straight full of just this little like Polish kid.
No, he didn't feel like everyone, but he told me it's not well. Seeing how about emails, close friends and family.
We practice what I did out all everybody.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you get like people that specialize in surprises. This could be effective stuff. Do you think there's other stuff that could be still discovered in jiu-jitsu? Like what areas do you think are ripe with techniques to discover? Like wrestling is really interesting now. There's a lot of innovation happening in wrestling.
I think there'll be more innovation when we get people that are more adamant about standing up from the bottom position. I think if we get more of the community, they're like, all right, I want to get off the bottom. I think just stand up.
How jiu-jitsu doesn't work.
We have to change the name. How Sambo doesn't work if you just stand.
I changed it to jiu-jitsu when I hired it and sent it for free the entirety of the Soviet bloc. In the garage. Do you think ego is useful for martial arts or does it get in the way?
Okay, I think you need to use it in both ways. For sure, have an ego like if you're training competition, but also it can prevent you from learning and progressing if your ego is too high. Like you really have to shut the ego down when you're in the mode of learning and trying to develop skills because you're gonna put yourself in bad positions. You're gonna have issues with the training partners that aren't necessarily up to your skill level, but because you're in these bad positions, you have to make these certain sacrifices. And for sure, ego can be a good or bad thing. But if you're able to shut the ego off and learn, then that'll have huge progression when it's time to put the ego off into use.
When was the last time you shut the ego off?
Long time.
What about you, Craig? You seem to be super easy going. Is the ego just not part of it?
Oh, for sure. I just don't want anyone to know to damage my ego. You have to suppress it deep down.
There's a child underneath all the crying. Always.
For sure. I think ego is good for a bit of perseverance, Like it'll help you stick it out against a tough battle with a training partner for sure. Bit of ego's on the line. Plus, the banter back and forth, we're trying to stir each other up a bit. Tough thinking. Yeah, I think that helps sharpen the ego a bit.
What about you? You seem like a super humble guy. Is there like a monster underneath?
Yeah. I definitely think ego is a big motivator. Nothing is very good to have in the aspect that it'll drive you to want to be one of the best in the world. But like Nicky Roth said, you need to be able to turn it off in the training room and force yourself into bad positions where you may not be.
Are there Don Hurst mentioned Boris? Are there grapplers, like this is a question from Reddit actually. Forest like characters, anybody you've trained with in the past who doesn't compete but is just an absolute beast in training. Like people you've met that are just like,
Well, somebody that I think has probably the best like submission grappling in MMA, I think like Gilbert Burns is his submission grappling is very very good. I trained with him early on in my grappling career, and I was really impressed by his ability to move, hold down opponents and trying to stand up. And as a whole, you know, he can get submissions and put people away.
when's the last time that you trained with this?
No, it's been a few years.
It's just impressive ability to submit.
Yeah, like I mean, you know, you would see I see Gilbert go against a few like pretty decent black belts in the room and fare well, and you know, maybe he gets to their back with the Shogun. It's like Gilbert's super high level grappling and submission grappling.
Yeah, but he's pretty widely recognized. Monster, so I don't know. That's really going to answer the question. Like you're not even
I don't remember what was the question.
All right, is there people like you've done all these seminars where they're just, especially in the Eastern Bloc, you can see it. Like you went to Kazakhstan, is there killers out there?
Yeah, there's tough guys out there. Obviously, I don't remember the name, nor could I pronounce it if I did, but definitely some tough guys out there. Obviously, carrying skill sets over from wrestling, for sure. Not saying about wrestling.
But yeah, are there like just people that surprise you don't compete that are really good? Have you met those?
I feel like it's less so today because there's so many more athletes in the sport. But definitely when I was coming up back like in Australia and stuff, there were guys I trained with that wouldn't compete, and that would be like super tough rounds.
And then so many more athletes competing. What about you? You met some monsters?
Yeah, one guy I could think of in particular is Jason Rouse. He trains up in Long Island, I think, right? Opened up his own gym out there. Vanguard. He used to compete, but he would never be able to compete at the same level he would train at. So now he's just focused on mainly, you know, opening up a gym and teaching the students. But he was a guy that was, you know, extremely good in the training room, you know, world class. I still think to this day he's legitimately one of the best in the world, but just doesn't compete anymore.
Who wins in a fight, a lion or a bear?
Polar bear?
Well, yes, it's a good fight. See, polar bear is pretty impressive. No, grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear. I think grizzly bear wins.
Well, what's the most threatening predator in Australia?
Well, I mean, it's a tricky question here because everyone's scared of the animals in Australia, but I mean, get bit by a snake, get by a spider, that's not that bad. Bear, okay, bear was probably down to eat. That's a much more terrifying prospect to me. Even shark's gonna be quick. No one sees the shark coming. The shark's just gonna bite you in half.
Bear will take a bite.
A bear just holds you down and eats you. That's frightening to me. Australia's fucking bullshit.
You see Cocaine Bear, the movie that's coming out?
I saw the trailer. It looks good.
Yeah. So there's not every bear. There's like black belts and there's black belts and bears and there's bears. But I think that's what they often talk about. Everybody puts lions and bears in the same category. I think there's just some weak bears.
A lion would kill a black bear, I think.
Not every black. Again, I'm trying to tell you, it's different.
But grizzly and polar bear, I'm betting on that.
Yeah. No, I think grizzlies have the size, but actually every video I've seen of grizzlies, they die out within like 20 seconds. They get bored.
That's the gas tank?
Yeah, the gas.
That's a Nicky Ryan gas tank, right?
Yeah. That's all they got. And they try to just take a breather. Like there's these crazy fights with bears and they last in 20 seconds.
I heard this story about a Russian family that was attacked by a bear in Russia and killed his dad. And it took so long to get the daughter. She made 3 phone calls to her mom while reading it. And the first call was the one thought she was cranking her. That's crazy. That's way scarier than.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, give me a snake bite any day.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Let me change the question. It's, like if you had to fight a bear or a lion, how would you try to defeat it? Do you think you have a chance at all?
Well, I think I'd attack a lion a little bit different. I'd attack a bear.
What would be the difference?
Okay. Well, I've seen this video where the lions are eating, and and you have three like pretty guys walk up behind them and kind of scare the cat off off their food. I think maybe I produce some props, scare the lion away, right? But if I have to fight it, I have to fight it straight on. I mean, the thing is that you can't, even if you take the back, like you can't like bite it or choke it. The main is you get to lock your hands around it, you know.
Are you sure about that? Well, the main is just hair.
Yeah, the main thing.
I mean, it's thin hair. It's like matted hair, right? I don't know. So I think you can
Back control.
maintain. Yeah. But getting there, I think I stay high very low. Right? I think I'm going for the foot or something, a little false sweep, and I think the back.
What about a bear? I feel like they're easier. That might be easier to take to hold back.
Yeah, maybe. The thing is, if a bear falls over the sack, it's not crush. So big, substantially bigger than a lion, right? Like a.
They're also like terrifyingly loud.
Yeah, I think so. First of all, I saw a grizzly. I'm like, all right, he's gonna attack me. I try to yell a little bit louder than him, maybe to turn him a little bit, like give him a look, you know. And then, yeah, for sure, I try to get behind it. I probably go like something weird, maybe like pull the eyes out or something, you know. For sure. I mean, I'm going for the vital organs, you know. I'm
Play dead.
like that.
And then we'll check.
There's no pride in that.
Wow, pride even matters. See, the ego, the same advice you gave, you gotta put the ego aside of the bear. But even then, how would you fight a bear or a lion? Play dead? Play dead, yeah.
Could you beat a kangaroo? Like kangaroo.
Yeah.
Kangaroo? I beat the shit out of kangaroo.
You reckon?
Yeah. I mean, are we boxing us? We just like
How would a kangaroo attack a human?
try to kick them with the claws.
Knock them down. Then they choke.
The kangaroos do?
They choke each other, yeah.
They don't choke each other.
You don't believe me? You're on the video. They choke each other out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With what?
They do
Like
this.
hemlock or what?
Yeah, they knock him and just grip like this and hold him to the grip.
Instead of like little paws, how do you grip them?
I promise you. I'm not lying.
Pretty sure I've seen
They also do strange shit like there's a predator around there waiting in a pool of water, and then if it comes to attack the ground, it's pretty smart.
Okay, speaking of which, what's the most effective martial art for winning a street fight? You talked about rule sets, the streets. I think you talked about being street. Have you ever been in a street fight?
Yeah, just one. Nothing special, nothing crazy. Yeah,
You don't talk about that time. Like for self-defense purposes, won't be a strategy on the street. What advice?
Whoever wins the street fight, whoever's going to take it the further, the faster. You know what I mean? If you're thinking that you're going to box and he's fighting you like your eye, that guy's going to win. He wants it more. You know what I mean? That's why the crackheads fight. They go for the kill. Straight away. You know, so I feel like it's more about who's going to do the most who's going to win that fight.
Fastest. The most fastest.
Who's got the least to lose? You know?
Yeah, we can also define winning differently. We can also run away. But in terms of technique-wise, wrestling,
I
judo.
think if it's a one-on-one, I go wrestlers, but if it's like it's like a multiple people, you gotta go Muay Thai, stay on your feet. Can't go down to the ground if it's more than one person.
Like a double leg, maybe.
Yeah, double leg, put them on sleep on the impact, right? Going to the ground.
Yeah, what's the goal here? To win the fight, not go to prison?
I haven't thought of it through that way. Yeah, certainly, yeah. Yeah, not go, not.
You got mutual combat here in Texas.
Is that Texas?
Do you know what the paperwork for that looks like? That's actually signed. Sometimes you just
I
say,
hope I don't need to find out. I did hear a story where guys were on 6th Street and they looked at a cop. They were like, neutral combat. And I just got like the cops to say yes. Just beat it out. It could be false.
That's crazy.
Say it.
I kind of admire that, but I've also been playing Red Dead Redemption recently, so I like internalize the cowboy really too much. Just to return to gym stuff. No, because it's a business, because you're running a business, there's money involved, but you're also friends, but you're also training partners. Is there a tension that money creates that could threaten to destroy friendships? That's something I always worry about with money. I try not to go do any kind of business with friends or family.
I think if we're all very clear and honest and open at the start, it makes it much easier. I think people have issues when there's like kind of like things are written in fine print and nobody knows the exact answers.
And so what if you guys can't read? That makes it different.
We're learning that today.
Yeah.
No,
Definitely complicated though.
yeah, I mean, it's not always obvious how to be transparent and stuff about everything. Have you felt that tension? Because it's just a world where money's not really unlimited. Just running a school, what's that like? Because it's the first time you're running a school, running a gym.
Yeah, I mean, it's just constantly updating people about what's going on, what your expectations are. You know what I mean? We've had some problems with coaches who I feel like think the pie is bigger than it is. You know what I mean? They feel like maybe we're getting rich out of it and they're missing out on things. So it's like, even amongst managing staff, that can be challenging too. So yeah, I mean, it's a constant work in progress to make, not only to make sure everyone's happy, to make sure they're comfortable enough to reach out and tell you they're unhappy. But I feel like those challenges are common amongst any small business.
Still, it sucks. Just to mention, I'm clueless to this, but I'm just now learning this. Somebody I met and talked to and I really like is Isaac.
Yeah.
Because you're also active on Reddit.
John
Belushi's mom.
As undercover as possible, yeah.
Oh, it's not you. It's actually John Belushi's mom, right? So I've done my research, I guess. And I guess you guys had it falling out. I just want to say that the few interactions I've had with him, he's a beautiful human being. So, and it just shows to me,
Usually, maybe not internally.
it's actually the experience I know. He's just a kind person. I don't know. I like him a lot. Like, to me, in a business setting, tensions are created and stuff. I don't know. I mean, I suppose money, all the stuff that happened in the jungle aside, probably money had a role to play to create extra tension. Money and egos about like who is the leader, who is not the leader, stuff matters, that kind of stuff. I've seen it happen with jiu-jitsu schools a lot. I don't know exactly what, because it's like there's also a hierarchy inside grappling jiu-jitsu schools, like people that are better or not. There's literally ranks, black belt and brown belt. There's like competitors who are better. You know, it's a weird dynamic in which to operate. Because like usually there's more politeness and like humanity layered into the way a company works. But here there's just a bunch of it's like violence laid on display, plus money, crazy. Is there something you can say to that? Like how you try to minimize, or something you want to comment on, Isaac?
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate situation, but it just didn't work out. You know, like there's going to be personality clashes. Some people,
I can't imagine anyone having a personality clash with you. It's hard to imagine.
surprise. You know, I mean, I didn't even know what to say on that. I don't want to touch on that too much, but obviously his expectations about his role in the gym, obviously different from ours, led to some personality clashes. Just sort of unresolved. You know, some things happen that can't be resolved. You can't fix those things. You know, obviously a lesson. I hope for both of us, definitely a lesson for me from a management role to try to address these things sooner. But also, sometimes I came up at a different time where there was no money, no opportunities. I had to pay that way totally for myself, especially coming from Australia. Like being a professional athlete, you just was not. I think so. I had to pay a lot of opportunities for myself, and I feel like sometimes, I don't know what the right word is. Sometimes people don't appreciate some of the ways you help them, and they just feel like almost they deserve or are entitled to certain things, and that is very difficult to manage. But I think again, like we both see the situation different. I do hope he finds a more comfortable place to train. But yeah, obviously I've known him for a long time, sort of like a brotherly relationship, so that's going to really
make personal problems a lot worse when you're that close to someone, you know?
I just hated that, like, I've seen it in jiu-jitsu especially, but in other places where, like, close friendships were destroyed because of, like, gym stuff. Like, people running gyms. And just as a person who, in this case, just a fan, but in general, if it's a student, it sucks.
But again, in my position, sometimes I wonder if there really was a friendship or mere opportunity. I have to be careful of that with some people in the sport. Is it a sincere relationship, or like, I mean, difficult for me to tell, or am I means to an end?
Sure, but I think it's actually a trade-off because I think a lot of close friendships we have, like even relationships we have, like when tested, like can break if they're not properly communicated. Like some of it could be just misunderstanding over for a long period of time. Not it's not explained through just a lack of integrity. It's just like you have to like talk through that shit. Like just be honest with each other.
Take some MDMA and really get down to it.
Drugs all that. People are ready from this conversation. I actually haven't done MDMA yet. People say that that's something I would enjoy a lot. My brain is actually natural on MDMA.
I'd recommend it for sure. For sure.
Is that what we do with goddamn outside?
She drugs me.
In general, why does there always seem to be drama in the jiu-jitsu world? Like outside of what's going on here. Or is it just
I guess universal for anything.
dramas everywhere? And then drama rises to the surface.
Drama makes the money.
Yeah. I wish there was a little bit less. You have a bunch of, like we mentioned some of them, you have a bunch of instructionals out. What are some interesting things that you're looking forward to, like exploring in terms of teaching? You just stand up is your most recent one, right? Yeah, you also have one called Power Bottom, an inclusive modern approach.
Yeah.
What are some other ones?
False reap allegations.
False reap allegations. Yeah. By the way, people talk about Power Bottom again. Hilarious title, but they say it's a really good instruction on like the guard.
Yeah, I try to at least be innovative. You know, like everyone else, I feel like ripping off John Gordon, putting some sort of slap to that. So I'm trying to take sort of a different approach. I think you can actively influence your sport with what you release. People got to try to emulate that. So I think that those type of instructions, just enough how bottom like approaching the sport differently, I think definitely has positive impact on how people play the game.
Are you working with something else?
Probably a fundamentals course, just because we're bringing out, we've got the white belt program coming in, so I'm trying to develop a fundamentals course along the line of the constraint-based learning stuff we were talking about today, like a way to approach learning as a beginner, so to speed up the process a bit and not make it as so technique dense, let's have it more fun.
And focusing in on just like examples of problems to solve.
Exactly, yeah. Approaching jiu-jitsu learning that way. Like, I mean, kids learn quickly through games. I think adults are capable of that to a certain extent as well.
You're releasing that instructional on pre-match preparation.
Yes.
But what other stuff? You ever think of body like that?
Yeah, I have a body lock or ride lock or instructional. Yeah, I have the pre-match ritual coming out. I also have I'm filming how to build athleticism for grappling. Just really trying to capture different angles, kind of like the same, what Craig's doing. Try not to do the same thing that everybody else does. There's a ton of wrestling, ton of jiu-jitsu instructional. So,
and the steroid results are coming out.
Oh yeah. More plates, more dates. There runs that. Hit me up for a blood panel test, like a thing, and I did it a few days ago, and I believe the results will come out shortly.
What do you betting on?
It's hard to believe.
It's very, very impressive. Do you think you'll pay for it?
I'm open to it. I don't know how soon. Maybe in the next 6 months. I can see me facing him before ADCC will.
I think that's a great rivalry.
Fun for me.
Is there any chance that the two in the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany get back together? the GGS under whatever name gets that together.
No, highly unlikely. I mean, kind of did this to back up Nicky Ryan, and we're sticking with our guy.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's just too many personality conflicts for it to really ever work again.
Do you think there will always be war in the world?
War? Yeah, I think from the beginning of time, it's been some kind of war, some kind of battle. Controversy was I think it was evolved.
Until AI, super intelligent AI, becomes way more powerful than humans and humbles all of us to the power before it.
So about that batteries. Screwed.
I'm really fortunate to be able to hang out with you, to train with you, and thank you so much for talking today. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Craig Jones, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan. For the podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the anonymous. You must understand that there's more than one path to the top of the mountain. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you.
I have had to do plenty of unpopular things. I think anytime you have to run a company that endures a century, you have to endure another century.
Dude, just sing a song, dog. People are like, oh man, this guy. I know I would be.
You will do unpopular things. You have no choice. If
Little Ranchero.
Yeah. Are these girls sisters? No, but they look a lot alike. Are you done? What song you singing, Big Dog? I don't know.
I'd like to sing the ESPN theme song. It goes like this. Na 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 na. That was really great. Sing that song, Brandy. You're a fine girl, what a good wife you be. But my love, and my lady. Do you think that's what you're fucking sitting at the fucking dock for you? All right. What song you want to sing? I would like to sing the ESPN theme song. It goes like this. Da na 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 na. That's actually the extended version. It's amazing. How about that song? Thank you, Dido. Thank you, India. Thank you, Terror. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Thailand. After you're done in here, just get kicked out of memology. No one gives a shit about that one. How many people in this Pokemon? get you a little thingy.
Be like, hey, everybody, all Philippines. Really? Yeah, they've been the nicest people to me. Rizzy. I would love to tell. I get kicked out of every fucking stream. I don't know why you guys. What's different about y'all? Yeah, but let's hurry this bitch up. This is the worst. Thank you, India. Thank you, terror. Thank you. Thank you, Thailand. Hello.